resources. Oh, sorry, I'll just introduce myself again because we were live streaming. I'm Lainey Berry. I'm the Partner Land and Natural Resources. This is the Endangered Species Recovery Committee meeting for the draft Habitat Conservation Plan for Kauai Island Utility Cooperative. Lisa, can you go next?
Aloha, I'm Lisa Spain. I'm a ESRC member at large. I am from Hawaii Island.
Hello, KIUC. I'm Bob Reed. I'm the Deputy Director at the USGS Pacific Island Ecosystems Research Center.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Michelle Bogardus. I'm the Deputy Field Supervisor for the Pacific Islands Fish and Wildlife Service.
Morning, Melissa Price. I am the UH representative to ESRC.
And then we have Kavika online.
Aloha, Kavika Winter, ESRC.
Kavika, can you introduce yourself?
Aloha, Kavika Winter, ESRC.
Sorry, we're having technical difficulties here. Or I can do it.
Yeah, one of us has turned that.
Yeah, okay, I can do it. Hopefully that won't cause interference, but we'll see. Sorry, Kavika, can you go ahead?
Kavika Winter, ESRC.
Thank you. Okay, I'd like to call to order. I have just a couple of announcements. This is going to be a lot to go through today. And we're expecting a lot of comments and discussion. So at the end of the day, we can talk about discussing scheduling another meeting to discuss additional comments once KIUC has identified the full set of conservation sites. We'll be hearing public comments before the ESRC begins discussion, but depending on how many members of the public intend to comment, we may have to do time limits to guarantee that everyone gets to speak. For those of you who do provide verbal comments, if you also have them in writing, we would really appreciate if you could send them to us. Kate, will they send them to you? Yeah. To make sure that they are noted accurately. And ESRC members, if you also want to make sure we capture your comments, can you please send your comments in writing to Kate? If we run out of time, we'll be most likely be discussing this project again as the full conservation package is identified, so you'll have a chance for further comments. Okay, has anyone got any questions or comments on that? Okay. Anyone online got anything to add or any comments or questions?
No comments or questions online.
Thank you. Okay, so announcements. I actually have an announcement. I wanted to update the ESRC on the status of forest bird conservation efforts, particularly for endangered honeycreepers. A little while ago, Kate sent out a document which was the result of an expert elicitation that was run by USGS, US Fish and Wildlife, DLNR, and included experts from a wide range of agencies and areas. The outcome of that was, because we were looking at 4 species in particular that are predicted to go extinct within the next 2 to 10 years, and that is Akakiki and Akake'e on Kauai, and Kiwikiu and Akohekohe on Maui. The expert elicitation looked at alternatives such as bringing birds into captivity, translocation, doing nothing, and mosquito control. And it looked at all of those different options, as well as the status of the species of each species and projected population declines moving forward if nothing else is done. And So as a result of that, it produced these probabilities of success of the different management options, given everything that we know currently about timelines of both the species and timelines of the conservation actions that we examined. And then as a result of that, expert elicitations and probabilities of success and timelines, US Fish and Wildlife and Department of Land and Natural Resources came up with a set of recommendations for each of the 4 species. For all 4 species, the common recommendation was to implement landscape level mosquito control as soon as possible. And we are working very, very hard on that. We are doing, there's a huge effort, multi-agency effort that is seeking funding, looking at regulatory requirement, implementing the regulatory requirements, working to develop and test the technology that's going to be needed for that mosquito control effort. So that's moving forward regardless. On top of that, there were recommendations for 2 of the species, Kikiki on Kauai and QBQ currently in East Maui, to bring individuals into captivity temporarily until we can implement landscape level mosquito control on the landscape. It's not meant to be a long-term captive propagation program, but it is meant to keep the birds from going extinct within the time frame that we expect landscape level mosquito control to be fully implemented. Because for those 2 species, we think that they will go extinct before we have landscape level mosquito control effective on the ground. So we just feel that we have run out of time for those 2 species. So we are there's 2 things happening at the board level. On March 10th, we are having an informational briefing, sort of going into much more depth about the expert elicitation and recommendations and where we're at with landscape level mosquito control and what we need to do to implement it. And then on March 24th, there'll be another board submittal. The March 10th one is a non-voting item. That's an informational briefing. March 24th will be a board submittal to request approval of the East Maui environmental assessment for landscape level mosquito control, which you may have seen it was jointly done by National Park Service and Department of Land and Natural Resources and closed for public comment just a few weeks ago. The final will be out submitted to the board on March 24th for their approval. And then after that, it will be signed by the chair if they approve it. And then for the Kauai environmental assessment, that's the joint environmental assessment between Department of Land and Natural Resources and US Fish and Wildlife Service. That one is also in process, but is a little bit further behind in its timeline. But we are moving forward on that one as well. And in addition to that, we're also working on a statewide environmental assessment for mosquito control for both forest bird protection and also human health. So those will include mosquitoes that transmit diseases to humans as well as to forest birds. So that will be a far more comprehensive and extensive environmental assessment, but that one's a little bit further down the line. I see you have a question from Kavika.
Yeah, do you need, for the upcoming BLNR meetings on the 10th and 24th, do you need anything from ESRC in preparation for that?
No, I don't think so. But welcome any questions or comments at this point.
I know Melissa has thought about this a lot. Do you have any comments or questions, Melissa?
A moment to think about it. I have thought about it quite a bit. Sorry, if you just mute your output, then we won't get an echo. Like if you, yeah, okay, good. All right, so yeah, I've spent some time thinking about it, and I've listened to a lot of people talk about it. I think there's a lot of concern that we just don't have any great options right now. And so I think folks are doing the best with the options that are available. I do think it's concerning given that the mosquito control is not likely to be fully implemented in any less than 2 years from now. And we have a number of species that could blink out within the next couple of years. And that's not being dramatic, that's reality. So it's very concerning that the zoo option is off the table. I know there was a lot of pushback on potentially putting them in zoos, but the fact that they won't breed if you've got males that can hear each other in the same facility, and our facilities aren't big enough to accommodate more than a certain number of pairs. Yeah, so that, having an option off the table, I think, is concerning. But other than that, I understand that there are just no great options at this point. And I think I would strongly urge that those species that we can get in a cycle where we're focusing so much on the crisis that we don't have capacity to look at other potential crises coming down the pipeline at a point that we have time to address them. So recognizing that the birds up at Hakalau might be in a similar situation within the next 10 years, and that that's our last lifeboat. I think we need to start having those really hard conversations now, but recognize that it takes years to put plans in action. And so let's not be in emergency mode forever. Let's have a plan that provides a reasonable degree of the likelihood of persistence for those species that we know are going to be in the same boat less than 10 years from now. So I think that's probably as much as I would say on that.
Yeah, and that's a point well taken. So we haven't ruled out captive, like long-term captive propagation. In fact, US Fish and Wildlife gave us $5 million to greatly expand the facilities on Kauai, on Maui and Big Island, and that's going forward right now. Unfortunately, that doesn't happen overnight. You know, construction in Hawaii takes a long time. But we are, because we are very, right now we're well over capacity for alala in those facilities. But forest birds, we have a little bit more room, but we recognize we need a lot more room because for both these species that we're talking about currently and, like you say, future needs, we want to have that in place so we're not scrambling. And for the Big Island birds, yes, we're very concerned. We have ongoing monitoring on, you know, Big Island monitoring is probably the best, like, you know, most frequent. They're doing a great job out there with their monitoring. Also, about a year ago, we started like long-term monitoring of mosquito populations and avian malaria rates in both mosquitoes and the forest birds. And that's something we've funded originally through a competitive grant from state wildlife grants, and then ongoing through the bipartisan infrastructure law funding. So we have a team there now who have sites in Hakalau and other key areas across Big Island that we want to get that long-term data, because we want to know what's going on if those birds start declining. And if the mosquitoes start moving into Hakalau and other areas, we're going to know. But yes, we are very concerned and we want to be proactive. And so we are trying to do what we can. But yeah, I get what you're saying. Like we've got a huge amount of resources going in right now to the birds that are about to blink out, but we don't want to forget about those other species. Absolutely.
Just one follow-up on that. I'm really happy to hear that they're expanding. I did unmute. Yeah, thank you. I'm really happy to hear that you've been able to get funding to expand the captive rearing facilities. I know I've heard higher ups at Fish and Wildlife Service say for a long time they'd like to get out of the zoo business. It's really expensive and all of that, but for a number of these species, we simply don't have any other options other than extinction. And that is a choice. If we choose to let them go extinct, that's a choice. It's one of the options that's out there if we don't take adequate action. I would say that captive rearing techniques, we've seen with the number of species, the Akikiki and Akeke situation, that animal husbandry is hard. And so those species that we're anticipating within the next year, 10 years to have issues on Big Island, I hope that we're starting early once the facilities are expanded to understand that you can't wait until there's 5 left. I don't mean that as a slam on you personally or anybody else, but like it's 50 years, right, that we've had to figure this out for species like Akikiki and Akeke. And that's not necessarily on any one person in this room or any one agency in this room, but it takes a long time to figure out how to do this well if we want to prevent extinction. And so I hope the legislature also understands the amount of funding that's actually going to be needed to do this, and that the alternative is extinction.
Yeah, agreed. And then I mentioned briefly translocation as another option. This is something we are looking into. I don't know how much more time it would buy us, talking about translocating Hawaii and or East Maui birds to Big Island. But if things are changing there as well, then that's only going to give us a little bit more time. Yeah, and I agree with, I don't want to see the birds in captivity the rest of their lives. And nobody wants that. But if the alternative is complete extinction, that right now that's, unless so we can get the mosquito control going on the landscape, that's, we are faced with some really, really tough options.
There's all the models are showing, I am told, less than 10 years until we start seeing regular incursions, because it's the spikes that matter, not the averages, right? So you get those incursions, those occasional incursions, well, it takes one exposure. And so we have less than 10 years for Hakalau, which is the last place that would be kind of a Noah's Ark. And so while, I mean, this is just huge amounts of money, right? It's crazy. And so while investing in captive rearing and developing husbandry techniques, we also have to be figuring out how to do landscape level mosquito control or mosquito eradication effectively. And so, we have to be able to multitask, and we're talking really large amounts of money. Investing maybe in positions for fundraising at TOFA will pay dividends.
Yeah, it is scary that this is not cheap. Yeah, you're right. We're doing our best. I think we've done a really good job so far. Especially US Fish and Wildlife's been incredibly supportive. USGS, National Park Service as well, have been doing a really good job getting the funds that we need. But it's ongoing. It's not a one-off, and getting that long-term funding is really, really hard. Okay. Just want to check if there's anyone online has any comments or questions about that.
I just have a question not related to the meeting, but if anybody at DOFA or DNR is planning to,
you'll have to talk into. Are you on the Zoom? Okay, if you want to come over here. Oh, there you go.
This is Sherry with Kauai Division of Forestry and Wildlife. In addition to the mosquito threat, there are other threats that are ongoing and in some cases getting worse. So I would just caution the group to keep an eye on mosquitoes, keep pushing that at all levels, but not at the expense of not doing other kinds of mitigation for other threats. And those include ungulates, cats, rodents.
Yeah, excellent point. Thanks, Sherry. I absolutely agree with you there. Yeah, we can't just focus on one thing. At least for these species, we feel like avian malaria is the greatest risk, but that's by no means the only risk. And until we can address everything, you know, we could still be facing declines. Okay. I think we can move on to the next agenda item. I think, Kate, did you want to say something?
Yeah, this is Kate Cullis, and I'm going to be really brief because we're running behind schedule already. So this is actually just something that was brought up by a couple members of the committee, and I wanted to. Can you hear me now? Okay, good. This is just to pose some questions to the committee to think about any improvements you might like to see in how the meetings are managed, how we are prepping you for the reviews. This is a big ask of all the committee members. This is all voluntary. There's a lot of documents that we make you read on a regular basis. So if there are additional meetings, or now that we have online format, it allows us to have shorter meetings. If you want to see preparatory actions by the staff, written submittals, that kind of thing, this is your chance to sort of think about this. We'll revisit this topic at a later time, but I just wanted to pose it to everybody to start thinking about, with all of the things before the committee, are we running it in the most efficient way, or are there things you'd like to see us do differently? I think that's pretty much it at this point. We don't have time to belabor this point. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, Kate, this is Jim. I just
Sorry
want
about
to
that.
say,
Jim.
yes, I just wanted to say that it's been very productive and useful to have the virtual connection format, and I'm hoping that that will continue on, because I think that does make it a little bit more usable and workable for many of the members who can't always travel. So I hope that continues.
I pressed the wrong button. Sorry. Okay. So in regards to number 2, just something that came up this year, maybe last year as well. You know, if our role is to review annually the HCPs, et cetera, to ensure compliance with the agreed activities, I would like to ensure that we have votes on the agenda of the committee, so that on each of them, as we review, we can make a recommendation of whether we believe they're in compliance or not in compliance, or more information is needed. Because last year, there were a number of cases where the reports were not available to us. They weren't turned in on time. The data were not available. They didn't have a PowerPoint presentation prepared. There was a whole series of things that really held us up from doing our job. And so we all set time aside from very busy schedules to be here. I want to make sure that we're actually effective at what we're supposed to be doing with our time. So if we can ensure that there are votes or on the agenda, so that allows us to do that every time there's an annual review.
Okay. Any other comments or on that? And we can, I don't know, I know this is, we've sort of put this in as a last minute agenda item, but we can, is this something that you would like to discuss further? And if so, we can have a more thorough discussion in a future meeting.
Lady, I know it's a workload, but I do feel like staff submittals are really valuable. And to the extent that it is possible to do them and provide them to the committee members in advance of the meeting is appreciated.
I would highly second that, because I think the staff submittals helps the ESRC understand the work that's been done, particularly by the agencies with the applicants. So that would be really helpful.
Okay.
Sorry, one last thing. So I think the other thing up there on number 5, the expertise, if there's going to be recent work that's unpublished that has been done by the agencies, say models or other types of things that they've done to help support their decision making and what they're recommending, I do think that those need to be presented in a form way to ESRC. So if those things are going to be referenced, we need to have those materials available to us, particularly if they're, you know, 2 different studies that have been done from differing perspectives that show different results or whatever. It would be nice to have them in the same room back to back and hear them discuss why they think there's a difference in the output. So that kind of thing. So really, that's the scientific process. So, thank you.
And I see, Jim, you've got your hand raised.
Yeah, this has come up early on when the committee was first formed. The question is are we an endangered species recovery committee or we are an HCP safe harbor committee? It seems like pretty much all of our business has been focused on safe harbor and HCP issues and the related licenses and so forth. But I think there's an awful lot of expertise on the committee that could also lend, I think, some really good input into other issues, conservation issues related to endangered species and endangered species recovery. So I think this would be something that I think it would be worthwhile to talk about in more detail at a future meeting, just to see really are there other issues such as the forest bird one. And I appreciate the fact that you and others have been bringing in sort of updates on that. But you know, is this something that would be also beneficial for us to have some more direct input into, and other issues too? And so this is just something I think would be worthwhile to consider. And I know that, as I say, a long time ago in a meeting, you know, far, far away in a different galaxy, Linda Chow did talk about, you know, the more broader potential for using this committee for other conservation related issues. So I'd like to bring that up for something to talk about again in the future.
Okay, yeah, we can discuss that and what that might look like. And I mean, honestly, that's going to be a big time. It's going to be a really huge request of the committee's time. So I just wanted everyone to be aware of that. But unfortunately, I think we have to move on to the next agenda item, but happy to continue this discussion. So we'll definitely schedule this for another meeting. I'd like to, the next agenda item is item number 3, the presentation by KIUC on the draft habitat conservation plan.
Good morning, everyone. Dawn Huff, Program Manager for KIUC's Habitat Conservation Plan. We have both members from staff and board members from KIUC I'm going to introduce, and also our HCP team. So from KIUC, we have David Bissell, President and CEO, Brad Rockwell, Chief of Operations, Beth Amaro, Manager of Publications and Member Services, and from the KIUC board, we have Alan Smith, Board Chair, and Jan Tinbergen-Kate, Vice Chair. We also have Laurel Liu, KIUC's General Counsel. And for the Habitat Conservation Plan team, we have David Zippen from ICF, Tori Adele, and John Brandon, also from ICF, Clark Morrison, HCP Council, Andre Rain and Mark Travers from Archipelago Research and Conservation, and Kyle Pius from Halleck's Ecological Restoration Services. So David is going to lead us off. David Zippen is going to lead us off with a presentation this morning.
So good morning, everyone. Hopefully you can hear me okay. I'm using my phone for audio. I'm also going to turn on the video to see how that looks as I walk around. Later, there we go. All right, so we do have a lot to cover, and Just a few logistical things, because the hybrid meeting is definitely an extra challenge for us. Lainey, I'm assuming you're going to watch the participants online. I can't see them on my computer, so if anybody raises a hand, that would be great. What we're going to do is go through an overview of the entire HCP. So that is a lot to cover. It's 844 pages if you actually counted, including appendices. We're not going to go through everything, but we're going to try and hit all the highlights of the plan. And we've broken it down into 8 different sections. And so the way we'll try to run this is I welcome questions from the ESRC during the presentation, anytime, at any moment. If you have a clarifying question, raise your hand. We can stop and answer that. And then if there are any questions from others, we'll take a short break after each section and then take your questions from the audience, non-ESRC members. So hopefully that works for everybody. We'll definitely need some breaks during the day. We'll take a lunch break for sure. We'll take some bio breaks for those of us presenting and on the committee. But again, feel free to wander. The restrooms are just around the corner outside. I think only the women's room is open now. The men's room will be open at 11 when the library open. It is open now? Okay, both restrooms are open. All right, great. So just to introduce myself again, I'm David Zippin with ICF. I lead ICF's practice in habitat conservation planning and implementation, which means that we write and implement HCPs around the country. So this is not our first rodeo. We've written over 75 HCPs, many at the scale of this plan. And so we've brought a lot of lessons learned from those many other HCPs to this one as appropriate. All right, I think Dawn introduced the team, and the folks in red are here, although Mark is also here, and Trey's here too, so a few more. So don't need to cover that. The first section is really just an introduction to an HCP. I didn't know how many folks from the public might be here, so I wanted to really step back and introduce people to what is an HCP. But I think most of this group is very familiar with HCP. So I'll go through this very quickly. This is a required element for both the Hawaii Endangered Species Act and the Federal Endangered Species Act. You need a habitat conservation plan in order to receive an incidental take permit from the federal government and an incidental take license from the state government. We have a number of criteria that we need to meet in order to receive that permit and that license. The requirements do overlap. There's quite a bit of overlap between the state and federal laws, but there's some unique elements of the state law. And we've highlighted those here on this slide, and we'll certainly be coming back to these during the day. So what is a habitat conservation plan? There's a very standard approach that we tend to follow in order to make sure the HCP is compliant with the state and federal law. And this lists the general components of the HCP. There's activities and projects that we cover. There's context, there's effects, there's the conservation commitment, an analysis of the benefits and the adverse effects of those activities and projects, a monitoring plan, an adaptive management plan, cost estimate, funding commitments, and implementation. And this is really the same thing, just in a context of the chapters themselves. Don't need to spend any time there. And then just a list of the chapters of the document itself. We have a lot of technical appendices, and we've numbered those technical appendices according to the chapter they're first introduced. So that's why it's a number in a letter. So Appendix 3A, which is all of the context of the covered species, is associated with Chapter 3. So that's where we first talk about it. That's where it's most relevant. But many of these appendices are related to multiple chapters. All right, so why is KIUC preparing an HCP? And I think this hopefully is obvious to the group, but KIUC does need a state and a federal permit to continue operating in compliance with state and federal laws regarding endangered species, because there is what's called take of listed species, listed under both the Hawaii Endangered Species Act and the Federal Endangered Species Act. So it is important also to remember how we got here. It's a lot of material to go through that represents an enormous amount of work on the part of KIUC, the consulting team, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and DOFA. And we have been working very collaboratively for many years. ICF actually was brought into the project at the beginning of 2020, happened to be March 2020 of all times. A very interesting moment in the world to be brought into a new project. And we've been working hard on it ever since. And so this diagram here just represents the process that we've been going through with DOFA, with Fish and Wildlife Service, where we've produced working draft chapters, administrative drafts of the HCP, given them an opportunity to review the document as we're building it, and provide us very valuable technical input into how to build it well and build it in a way that they're likely to approve it. We have met with this group before. As most of you know, we did have an informational meeting in early December, which was virtual. We had our site visit yesterday, which I thought was very productive. For those of you who couldn't join us, we had a series of presentations in the morning where we reviewed the details of the proposed conservation sites that we were not able to visit because they're so remote and inaccessible. And then in the afternoon, we went west and visited sites where we could look at, talk about, and discuss things like power line minimization projects, take estimates, green sea turtle conservation, and water bird conservation as well. So the covered species, I think everyone is very familiar with, are 3 covered seabirds and the 5 water birds that are listed, as well as the green sea turtle. The covered activities of the plan, we did talk about power lines yesterday quite extensively. All KIUC transmission lines, most of the KIUC distribution lines, as well as communication lines. The plan also covers power line retrofits, operation of new or extended power lines. So this is a proposed HCP for 50 years, and KIUC must build new power lines or extend existing power lines when the demand is there. That's their responsibility by law. And so we know the system will grow over time, and we've made a great effort working with KIUC, Brad and his engineering team, to estimate what that future build out may look like. And then a fairly minor component, but we don't want to forget that also covered is emergency nighttime lighting for power restoration. So this is in the event of a power failure, then KIUC must go out in the field and during the nighttime and during the seabird fallout season, actually do repairs on a substation or a power line, and they have to light the site. So that very short-term action is also covered because of that risk of fallout from a very short-term temporary activity. Streetlights, we talked about those in the field yesterday and viewed what may be the worst offending streetlight on the whole island, for at least for green sea turtle. But we can't forget that all of the streetlights that KIUC operates across the island are covered, 4,100 of them today, as well as an increase of about 25%, a little more, over 50 years. An average of 35 new streetlights per year. And then finally, the lights that KIUC operates at 2 of their facilities, the Fort Allen Generating Station and the Papaya Generating Station as well. So you'll see a lot of blue boxes in the lower left or lower right corner of the presentation, and those are where you can go, specific sections or tables in the HCP to get more information on each topic. So we hope that's helpful for you as you're navigating those 844 pages. Permit term is, of course, a very important element of any HCP. How long is the authorization provided? How long are the no surprises assurances that are provided to the applicant by either the state or the federal government? And KIUC is requesting a 50-year permit term for both the permit and the license. And this is due to a number of factors. We certainly considered other permit terms. And if you look at Chapter 8 of the HCP that describes that thought process of potentially shorter permit terms. Also, the environmental impact statement is likely to consider alternatives with a shorter permit term. That's something that the Fish and Wildlife Service is working on, and we may see that as an alternative in the EIS. So a few reasons for the 50-year permit term request. One is just simply we have a very long history of implementing many of these conservation measures already. As we'll see in sections coming up, there's a great track record of doing this successfully already, and that's not common in HCPs. Oftentimes HCPs will start from scratch and begin their conservation strategy having never done it before. And that certainly causes challenges. There's uncertainty perhaps as to whether those conservation measures would work if you're just starting them from day one of your permit. We don't have that situation here. KIUC has invested many years of effort to do most, not quite all, but most of the conservation measures. And I think they've really perfected a lot of the techniques. So I think that justifies a longer permit term. We've also been working very closely with DOFA and the Fish and Wildlife Service to evaluate the benefits of the program. And as you'll see later, especially when John presents on the modeling, we really do need 50 years to see the benefits realized of the conservation program for the covered seabirds. So I know you'll have questions on that, and we can discuss those questions when we get to the modeling, because that's really where it will matter most. All right, this is the easy part, just the background on some of the key elements of the HCP. I'll just pause here to see if anyone has any questions or comments so far. And I can take a drink of water.
Thanks. So we'll go to the committee first and then the public. Any committee members? Any comments or questions? Anyone online? You can raise your hand if you have any comments or questions. Okay, nothing. Anyone from the public?
No comments from the public.
Nope. All right, easy.
Okay, moving along. So now we're going to get into some of the background of the plan and the history of that more than 10 years of work that I mentioned earlier. And the first to mention is the background on KIUC's short-term HCP. This was an HCP that KIUC prepared and was approved back in 2011. It only lasted for 5 years. So it was always designed to last for a short period and be ultimately replaced by a longer-term HCP, which this is, the proposal in front of you now. Now, that short-term HCP was more narrowly defined. It only covered 3 species, the same 3 seabirds. But the conservation strategy had a lot of overlap with what we're proposing today. And so even back in 2011, many of the conservation measures that the current HCP proposes were anticipated and planned for. We have simply scaled that up to a much larger program to cover a much longer time period. So you can see those 5 things there, all of which are included in the current conservation strategy as well. So there's more information in the lower right there about the background on the short-term HCP. Now, after the short-term HCP expired, KIUC continued to implement those same conservation measures and actually expanded them even further, quite considerably, in fact. And so what we now call sort of early implementation of this proposed HCP has really run from 2020 to today and will continue for the rest of this year and until the permanent license are issued. So KIUC continued to implement and again increase that scope of both power line minimization, the lighting minimization, the SOS, Save Our Shearwaters program funding, breeding colony management and monitoring, and infrastructure monitoring and minimization. We'll talk about all of those as part of the presentation. Now, it's important to point out that KIUC is not asking for credit per se of all of those early implementation actions. However, those early actions do set us up very well to really hit the ground running with the new HCP. And we'll explain that and what that means later in the presentation as well. So it certainly is beneficial, both in terms of what we've learned from implementing all of those actions in the last several years, as well as improving the baseline condition for the covered species that we're starting with on day 1 of the HCP. The monitoring program, as I mentioned, has been going on for over 10 years. And a huge benefit there has simply been to improve and refine the monitoring protocol. So we know now how to monitor the species quite well, and we now have a point of comparison with the historic data from the past. So a few more details on that early implementation. We saw some of this yesterday during the site visit. The map on the left shows the early implementation actions of KIUC's installation of bird flight diverters, whether either the LED diverters or the reflective diverters. You can see on the left-hand side there, the yellow are the LED diverters, and the purple are the reflective diverters. And that those have now been installed on 68% of all transmission lines. I believe that's by mileage. Yes. And then on the right, we have other projects, sometimes done in combination, oftentimes done in combination with the diverters. Removal of static wires, which are those top wires, the highest wires on the system that are often the most, that pose the most risk of collision by seabirds. And those are shown in the red line. And then we do have a purple line. You can see that on the far western part of the island in Mana, where the 69 kilovolt line will actually be removed. And we saw that yesterday on the site visit because we were out there. And the static wire removal represents 81% of all of the mileage removed. And I think Dawn has something to add.
Yes, thank you, David. I just wanted to take a moment to respond to a question we had yesterday about numbers of spans minimized. So I have a count for you between 2015 and 2022. 1,556 spans were minimized. Between 2020 and 2022, 1,542 spans were minimized, and then we have an estimated 416 that will be minimized in 2023. Thank you.
And
Right,
sorry, I think, oh, sorry, go ahead. Oh, I was gonna say, did you have a total number of spans across the islands? Or is that something you can get back to us on?
Yes. So quick, I don't do math well in my head here, but quick.
Sorry, no, I meant of all, so that's all the ones that have been or are in the process of being converted, but how many, what proportion does that?
Oh, I see. Total spans on the
Yes.
system. Mark estimated 1,700 yesterday. That's the total that he monitors. I do not have a total beyond that. So, and that's something that would take me some time to get back to you just because. But
as of October, as of October, 83%. So I'm just in on my phone right now. That's 1,400, but more has happened since then. So the number is increasing all the time.
Okay, thanks.
Just a comment. Yesterday, a lot of it was given in terms of number of spans. The mitigation was in terms of a lot of the number of spans. And yesterday, one of the things that came up is that the distance of a span is highly variable. It can be really short, it can be really long. And so to me, it's kind of a meaningless metric. Telling me the number of spans that were done doesn't tell me much about the overall impact, because what if all the ones that were mitigated were really short spans and you've got these really long spans that had no mitigation applied to them, right? So, and the risk is different. So I do appreciate that on this slide, you're giving it in terms of the distance and the percentage of all wires did it to. And I'd just like to request in the future that I think that's a much more meaningful metric to share as opposed to number of spans, which is kind of, yeah, and again, I see it here and that's great. Just yesterday it was presented in terms of spans. I'm seeing it in terms of miles. I like this, I don't like that. Okay, thanks.
And to be clear, the HCP presents it in terms of mileage. So in chapter 4, the section that's referenced there is in terms of miles.
And just to follow up, because I think Michelle has a good point, which is Miles is good at finding a way to be able to communicate the relative risk of the mileage that's been mitigated versus the relative risk on the mileage that hasn't been mitigated, I think is also really important. And so some sort of a compounded metric that shows us that it's off the top of my head, so I don't know how to get there. But anyways, that would be, I think, extremely useful. Sorry.
I'll just broadly respond to say that the minimization program is focused and targeted on all high risk areas, but I think it would be relatively easy for us to provide a map that shows the kind of comparison that you're asking for. But again, just general broad, the minimization program was designed to tackle all areas with high strike counts.
So
high and medium, I mean, even low strike counts, like we tackled the high ones first, then went to the medium, and then started going down to even the lower strike count spans. So
maybe this is in the documentation somewhere, but maybe a useful way to present it then would be if it's divided, like you're saying, if you think in terms of low, medium, and high, then if you present it as here's the mileage and the percentage of all low risk areas that have been mitigated, the percentage and the mileage of all medium risk areas, and the percentage of all high risk areas. I think that would be super useful.
Thank you for the recommendation.
All right, so a little more background on what we mean when we say power line minimization. It's a little bit of jargon, but it means different things depending on where we're talking about and which specific project KIUC has implemented. So before these projects are implemented, a power line system or a wire system might look like the illustration on the top, where at the bottom you have communication wires. Just above that, you would have distribution wires. Above that, oftentimes far above that, you might have transmission wires, and maybe multiple horizontal levels of transmission wires. And then finally, at the top level, in the past at least, there was a static wire. And I'll show you another diagram on the next slide that'll also illustrate this, but you can see a photo down on the lower part of the slide where after minimization, the top static wire is often removed. As we said, that's been done on 68% of the system to date. And then you can also see on that photo the reflective diverters have also been installed on some of the top wires on that particular span. And on the next slide, there's another way to look at the same thing, which is the diagram on the left is showing you a transmission pole with a set of 4 different vertical levels of wires. Again, the top wire is the static wire, and then 4 vertical wires, 3 below that. That would typically be transmission or a combination of transmission and distribution. And on some spans, KIUC has been able to what we call reconfigure that entire system to do several things. One is to remove the static wire altogether, so that's gone from the top level. And you can see that workman on the photo on the right actually standing or hanging next to the static wire as it's being removed. And then take the remaining 3 levels and combine them into one vertical level, so the 3 wires are now on the same horizontal plane. And that does several things. It not only reduces the number of vertical levels that a bird may be exposed to colliding with, it also may make that one horizontal level more visible, because you have 3 wires on the same level. It also lowers it considerably. So you've really done 3 things when you combine those 3 vertical levels into one horizontal level. And what we found through the monitoring program is this is a very effective means of reducing seabird collisions. Turning to streetlights, another important component of the covered activities in the HCP. In 2017, KIUC completed installation of what are called full cutoff shielding on all of the streetlights of the island. Some of this had already been started several years before, in fact, as part of the short-term HCP, but it was completed in 2017. And you can see the diagram on the right that illustrates what we mean when we say full cutoff shielding. It means that all of the light is directed downward below the 90-degree or 270-degree horizontal plane. Now, this is very important to reduce light attraction and the attractiveness of these streetlights to seabirds flying above. It doesn't help with the green sea turtle, and we'll talk about that special case a little bit later. At the same time, those full cutoff shields were installed everywhere. KIUC also converted what were high-pressure sodium lights to more efficient 3,000 kilowatt LED bulbs. And at one of their facilities, the Port Allen Generating Station, in 2019, KIUC began dimming their facility lights during the fallout season, so mid-September to mid-December. Again, that was quite effective in reducing fallout at that one facility. More early implementation actions that KIUC has taken is the long-term funding they've provided to the Save Our Shearwaters program. KIUC has actually been funding them since 2003, so well before the short-term HCP was approved and put in place. On the right, though, we've listed their funding levels since 2011. So the very first year of that short-term HCP, as well as all of the years since then. And this has enabled the Save Our Shearwaters program to do what they do best, which is to rescue, rehabilitate, and release not only the covered seabirds, but really any birds they find at all. Now, most of the birds that they rescue, recover, and release are listed birds, both seabirds and water birds. That's what the program was designed to do. Save Our Shearwaters is their name, of course, but they take any birds at all, and that is part of their mission. From the ESRC, yes.
Yeah. So there was a comment in the draft that the funding I think it may be in a way it was written, but it sort of implies that the funding that comes from KIUC funds all of the covered seabird and waterbird rehabilitation costs, but it's actually, it doesn't. Like they get funding from the state, they get funding from grants as well. So you might just want to reword that to make it clear that it's not actually covering all the endangered species that they rehabilitate covered by these costs, these funds.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, good comment. Clarify that. The KIUC funding does fund most of their program, but you're right, they do get other grants and have other sources of funding. Although that grant funding is often earmarked for very specific things, so not necessarily the things that they do on a daily basis.
Right, but the funding that comes from DLNR is not.
Correct. Correct. That's right. Another very important part of the early implementation of the proposed HCP has been the breeding colony management and monitoring, and we'll talk a lot more about that today. During the short-term HCP, KIUC managed and monitored 5 different conservation sites and have added since then 2 sites in 2021, another site last year, and Hanapu this year. So that brings them to a total of 8 conservation sites that they're currently managing and monitoring today. And of course, that's important because all of that data that's been collected since the short-term HCP began has been very important to informing the conservation strategy as well as our effects analysis of the conservation strategy. And we have really a wealth of data, much more data on the performance of the conservation sites than we do on most other HCPs around the country. So we're lucky to have this data to really be able to forecast the future. Power line monitoring has also been underway since 2011. So again, the beginning of the short-term HCP. That power line monitoring has enabled us to develop maps like the one on the right, which give us an indication of the relative risk of collisions by different spans. And this map is actually looking at risk by span. So it is from pole to pole, even if those distances vary. And I know for those of you in the room, it's a little harder to see because it's fuzzy, but the red means worse, and the dark blue at the top means better. And so you can see on this map, there are certain parts of the island, namely Powerline Trail, where the risk to seabird collisions is greatest relative to other parts of the island. This approach, this monitoring program has also enabled KIUC to tailor their approaches to the spans that have specific risks and apply the minimization projects we talked about earlier in ways that will best reduce those risks. Now, there's still constraints, as we talked about in the field, to what they can do in certain areas, whether it's due to just simple access, to crews to actually do a retrofit, for example, or to hang bird flight diverters. But this has been a very important piece of information to inform that project. We'll talk a little bit later about the methods used to inform this HCP, but just know that these methods have been applied all the way back since 2011. So they're tested, they're proven, the equipment used has been refined over time. The data analysis techniques have been refined over time as well.
Sorry, just a question. Similarly on this graph, I see that it's, sorry, it's really hard to read both on here and up there. Is it hits per span? Okay, so similarly, yes. I think we'd be really interested in hits per area or distance as opposed to per span, because span is, we've agreed, is meaningless from a metric perspective.
Well, it's not meaningless for KIUC because that's how they apply their projects, is on a span basis.
It's also how it's monitored. It's also how it's monitored. Right. I mean, this is how the data is being collected and monitored. So it's very meaningful for us, but we do have the ability to translate this information into miles so that you can see that.
It would be ideal if we could have both, probably mileage and spans if possible, because I'm also looking at the map that's in the appendix associated with this, and actually the legend has a different set of units on it, and so the maps I would expect should be the same but are different in the appendix and what you're showing now, which I assume is from the chapter 6.
Correct. And which appendix?
6. It's okay. And it's figure 18.
Figure 18.
Are there some general rules as far as like in those higher risk areas, they're more remote, so the spans tend to be shorter, tend to be longer spans in the more remote areas. So a higher number per area.
So a higher number per span would translate to a lower number per distance.
Right.
That's right.
Yeah. So again, I think you're right. Showing us both becomes really important.
It's not necessarily just remote areas either. I mean, there's some long spans right along the highway where it just spans a valley. So it does, you can have both short spans and long spans in remote or populated areas. But I get your comment that it's beneficial to have miles, and I'm also hearing beneficial to have spans. So we can, that's an easy thing to add. So we can do that.
So we're at the end of section 2. So any other questions from ESRC members on background and the history of how we got here?
Yeah, I had a question about the detectors that have been used. I know there's different detector units have been used over the years. Are you able to factor in the change? Is there like better detectors used now, and is that sort of factored into the previous rates that have been come up with?
When you say detectors, what do you mean?
It's the monitors.
For power line collision detection? Okay, that's a question for Mark. Don, can you hand the phone to Mark?
We've worked very hard to maintain consistency in equipment and technique, which is a challenge because the technology is advanced. So we are continuing to maintain older equipment so that nothing has changed. But yeah, we work extremely hard to keep consistency in the data, like from pre-minimization to post-minimization. No. And also, so the scale in which we are monitoring visually is a span, and acoustically it's 2 neighboring spans. So that's why the models all work on the span scale. And KIUC's minimization works on the span scale. And then within a span, we also monitor individual wire risk within that span. So everything we do modeling-wise, data-wise, data collection is at the span scale. But yeah, you can always convert that into mileage after the fact.
And just another question on those techniques. So the observer surveys, that's the thermal?
We do some thermal, but it's mostly night vision with near infrared.
Okay. And I assume that the field of view on that is about the same regardless of the span width. So that
no, the field of view expands on a longer span, so you can see higher birds essentially.
Okay, so that one is not necessarily distance corrected either. Okay, yeah, I appreciate the issue of how do you convert span to distance given that sampling. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you can see on the map too, like at the regional, we have regions. The Thoroughly Trail is a region. It's broken down into 2 areas, north and south. So we have all the strike data on region and area scale as well. And those regions and areas have known lengths, total lengths. So that's in all our reports over the years.
And for the ground detection of downed birds, would longer spans tend to decrease the likelihood that you're actually able to get along that entire length underneath them?
Well, in some cases, span length is correlated with topography, and it's more topography that determines whether you can search underneath. So Power Line Trail, that is virtually unsearchable. Or there's one skinny trail that's at, within 20 meters of Power Line. So there's some autocorrelations in those things.
I just wanted to reiterate that, my understanding is that because the monitoring is done on the span by span segments and that the minimization is applied on a span by span segments, that I do see a lot of value in that consistency and how it's documented across the way. I get Melissa's point, having it broken down by distance or by risk factor is helpful for the analysis, but for the purposes of actual minimization, having that span by span and having it consistently referred to as a span by span approach makes sense with the monitoring data that we have.
And with modeling only topographic
scale, not at a regional scale. So each span has a wire height, a mean wire height, a maximum wire height. The local vegetation around each wire is measured, so all that information is on the span scale as well.
Any other questions online, Lainey?
I don't see any.
Okay.
That max wire height, sorry. That's based on the maximum height of the wire from the lowest point of the span and not from the tower. Gotcha. Perfect.
All right, well, we will continue. This is now a longer section on the effects on covered seabirds. So remember, we're breaking out the presentation by species group. So we'll cover for each group the effects, the conservation strategy, and the monitoring and adaptive management. And then we'll switch to another species group and do the same thing. So there's 3 sets of those species groups: the covered seabirds, the covered water birds, and the green sea turtle. So that's how we'll be running the presentation from here on out. We'll probably need a little break coming up, but we can keep going and see how far we get. All right, so we've been talking about power line collisions, which of course has been a very important part of the effects analysis, and we spent a lot of time and effort trying to estimate as accurately as possible what we think those power line collisions are. But it's important to step back from that and just make sure we're all on the same page about the effects pathways, as they're called. So what are the mechanisms of covered seabirds getting injured or killed from power lines? We have documented collisions of both New Ulm shearwater and Hawaiian petrel. There are no documented collisions to date of band rump storm petrel, but we assume it will happen, just at very, very low numbers. And we can get into later why we believe that. It's a combination of several things intrinsic to that species that lead us to that conclusion. And I don't think it's simply because we haven't found them yet. But Mark and Andre can explain that later. Collision detection is certainly an important topic. This is how we know how many birds are colliding with power lines, and we know that based on a combination of the acoustic surveys that Mark and his team run, as well as extensive visual observations, and we'll talk about both of those a little bit later, as well as just now a much better understanding of what those collision risk factors actually are, and that's based on all those acoustic surveys and data, all of the visual surveys that the team has done throughout the island. Height of power lines, of course, is very important. The configuration of those power lines, as we talked about earlier, the number of wires, especially in those vertical levels, is very important, and just their physical location of where they are, whether it's in a flyway for the covered species or not, for example. And then just the geographic position on the island. Birds are flying more or less in certain areas, depending on where those power lines are located. Appendix 5A of the HCP goes into a lot more detail of these risk factors and explains many of those components and cites the monitoring data that we've collected to support those conclusions. Question? Oh, questions from the committee are fine and after each slide. So go right ahead. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm unmuting here. There we go. Okay, so just curious, here it says collision detection will be done with acoustic sensors and visual surveys. I noticed in section 6.2.1.2, the take monitoring, it specifies that actual take will be estimated using the same methods that were developed to predict take by the covered activities. I'm just anticipating that over the next 50 years, we might have better methods of being able to detect the take on the power lines. You know, there might be new technology emerging. I'm not a legal person. Are we limited by this language that we are stuck using acoustic sensors and visual surveys forever to estimate take, or are we allowed to use new emerging methods? And if so, why is this language the way it is? Just want to make sure we have flexibility.
Yeah, no, a great point, and we appreciate that. We also want the same flexibility to take advantage of new technology to improve efficiency and effectiveness. And I do think the adaptive management program accounts for that and allows for that. I know that's the goal of the Fish and Wildlife Service and DOFA as well, and they're part of that adaptive management program. We can certainly take a look at that very specific language you cite, but I do believe that the way the adaptive management program is written, it does give us that flexibility.
Okay.
That's always the intention. Let me put it that way.
The intention, I would recommend striking that language from that particular section, because it, you know, if someone else, we're all not going to be working in 50 years, I assume. And so if other people come along that interpret this strict letter of the way it's written, I would hate to see us not use emerging technology.
Yeah, fair enough. Thanks for pointing that out. Okay. Moving on to more details on the methods used. As we saw out in the field yesterday, the acoustic sensors are placed typically at the base of poles. If it's in a very loud area, they may be mounted higher up with a large plate that tries to block a lot of the ambient noise from the ground. This data has been collected since 2013 to estimate the amount of take before minimization. That was until 2019. And then a Bayesian model was used to estimate take, estimate the annual strike rate, while accounting for covariates of each span. Now, there are some important limitations of these data. They have the advantage of being able to be deployed really anywhere, all over the island, where visual observations may be impossible, very difficult to achieve. They're also a huge advantage because of the scale at which they can be deployed fairly inexpensively. So we can collect a lot of data over the course of a single season. But there are limitations. One of the most important ones is that the signal, the noise that a bird makes when it strikes a wire is not unique to species. So we cannot, from the sound alone, determine which species made that sound. So that's a big reason there are so many observations, is that based on the observational data where we are able to identify an individual species, both because of their silhouette at night as well as their flight pattern. And that's what the graphic on the right is showing, is the visual surveys with night vision cameras. Another important reason, or another important limitation to remember, is the acoustic surveys tell us nothing about what happens to the bird after it collides. So it simply records the collision event, and then what happens to that bird afterwards, we have to infer from other data. And we'll talk about that other data as well. So the visual surveys that have been published so far in reports and peer-reviewed publications, over 6,000 hours of visual surveys. And during those 6,000 hours, 121 actual collisions were observed. And these are collisions by the two covered seabirds, no banded storm petrels in that number. So from that, we're able to derive a species allocation. So of that total, it's not an even split. We know from those observations that newel shearwater are more likely to be the ones that collide. I won't say they are more at risk of colliding, because this is nothing about the total number that are being exposed, but at least of the ones that collide, about 2/3 are newel shearwater and 1/3 Hawaiian petrel. We can also deduce outcomes. So what happens to a bird after it collides? We can deduce those outcomes by observing very carefully the behavior of those birds immediately after the collision. We'll talk about that in a minute, because it's very important for some of our assumptions about the nature of the take authorization in the HCP. On this slide is where we can start to predict or make assumptions about the proportion of those collisions that result in either an injury or a mortality. And this is important because injury and mortality are part of the definition of take under both the Federal Endangered Species Act and the Hawaii Endangered Species Act. The definitions are either identical or almost identical. So the injury and mortality are very important. And as I said, we're unable to measure that directly. So we have to infer this based on both the number of collisions and assumptions we make of the fate of individuals immediately after they collide. So based on the visual observations that I mentioned, there were a number of categories of observed events. So all of those 121 birds, Mark and his team categorized them into certain post-collision behavior patterns. Now, birds that were immediately grounded within the search corridor, so in other words, the observer could see them fall to the ground, that happened in 13% of those cases. Now, again, they may have fallen into dense vegetation. They may have fallen far away, and we didn't actually see what happened to the bird after it fell, but the assumption in the HCP is we're assuming those are mortalities, and that's likely the case. Those birds are unlikely to have been able to regain flight. They need a long runway, they need a higher elevation, they might starve, they might get dehydrated, they might be eaten by predators. There's a lot of potential outcomes there. The other category of post-collision behavior was an elevation loss, immediate elevation loss. They hit the line, they drop a little bit, or maybe drop a lot, and there's what's called compromised flight. So Mark can explain what that means, but my understanding is that it is a bird that clearly is having trouble continuing to fly, even if it is trying to. Now, it left the search corridor, so it was not grounded, but it was clearly having trouble. They were not able to view it, so they don't know if it ultimately was grounded outside of the search corridor or not. So the outcome was unknown. 15.8% of cases. So we're assuming those are also mortality in our HCP. The last category of interest is there's some elevation loss, not extensive, but the bird continues to fly and seems to be able to fly. Those we consider an injury. So there was a response, so the collision changed their flying behavior, but it was not considered compromised flight, but there may have been an injury. And for that category, we are assuming an injury. Now, the reason this is important is because both of these categories play into the modeling that we'll be talking about a little bit later, because we assume different things for a bird that has a more immediate mortality versus a bird with an injury. So the total of all three of those is just over 50%. So our plan assumes what we think is a conservative assumption that slightly more than half of all the collisions result in either an injury or a mortality.
So 121, I mean, it's a lot of hours of observation. I appreciate the work to get to that kind of a sample size. When you're talking species for 121 collisions, that sample size it is what it is. It's probably adequate. What's the breakdown by species? Is that present in the document? And if so, can you just briefly state it? Or are you able to tell? Yeah.
It's roughly 70-30 as well.
Roughly 70-30.
Right, so 70% mule shearwater, 30%.
Oh, sorry, there you go.
Yeah,
And
that's okay.
are there, did you see differences
Between the species?
between the species?
An injury outcome?
Yeah.
No, at least there wasn't sufficient enough information to see a difference in outcome. It does seem that Hawaiian petrels are a bit more likely to hit their wing than their head, and head shots are the most likely to cause an immediate grounding. So potentially with more data, that there's a small chance that number could change slightly for Hawaiian petrels as being less catastrophic, but our information doesn't indicate a big difference.
Sherry has a question.
So
also.
can you describe, because this is, what's the other 42.7%, what does that look like?
In terms of what we had in that paper there, the birds that some can, like, they hit their keel, so they don't see the wire at all, and they just happen to just skim their keel. There's literally no change in flight. They just continue on, And as an observer, it would almost be difficult to tell that they even hit if you didn't hear the sound exactly when that happened, because you can't see an alteration to flight. So then the ones that hit and tumble is a very obvious event happened.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry.
This is Sharon
with forestry. I'm wondering if it's possible to ascertain the productivity of a bird after it's had a strike. So it may live, but can it reproduce? You know, has its life expectancy gone down? Impacted in any other way? Maybe that's impossible to ascertain.
Well, I think, Mark, you could speak to your observations, but I think we also need to address that from what are we assuming in these categories?
I would just say we have tracked 10 powerline collision birds that went through SOS. So these are birds that were grounded with powerline collision injuries, rehabilitated and released. And almost all of those birds survived after release. I think there was one or two that didn't. Like, this is from the tracking data. But none of them end up going back to their colony during that breeding season. So it seems like survival is, as long as they're rescued and rehabilitated and released, which is a different thing than just immediately being grounded or birds that are flying off and you don't know what's happening to them. But at least that subset of birds, there's some information about that.
I guess.
And John, just to finish that, John, you talked later about the assumptions we used in the modeling regarding the injured or killed birds. Go ahead.
So the birds that were rehabilitated, which is very, very few are going to be rehabilitated because they're just not recoverable. I guess we assume that the others will not. I think following Sherry's question, at least from the rehab data, like they're not going to. Well, I don't know. It's hard. Sorry, but thinking aloud. Is the assumption that those birds that are injured are taken out of the breeding season for that year?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. But they survive and breed, because if the assumption is that they are injured but not mortally, that they're not going to breed, that whatever breeding activity was going on that year is out of the equation, but that they will survive and breed in future years. Is that right?
Yes. Yes. The mortality categories, those birds have died. There's no more breeding from those birds. The injury category, there's no productivity in that year. I believe it's 1 year.
So in the model.
This is John Brandon with ICF. So in the model, to account for injury, there's a proportional reduction in the reproductive success rate. We don't track individuals. So, you know, if I hit a power line or you hit a power line, or I'll track you through time, me through time. But we, on a population level, reduce the reproductive success rate. In a similar fashion to how we increase the mortality rate given strikes.
I just want to, I know that we get into this later, but I just want to make sure we come back to how we allocated the impacts to chicks or eggs on that injury category, because I think that speaks directly to the question. So sure. I just don't want to forget that.
Going to move on. Oh, another question?
Yeah, I'm just wondering about potential for having this be an underestimate if only 3% of the observation effort occurred when you have fledglings, then are we missing all the potential strikes by fledglings? If this was 97% May through September.
That's for observations. We have the acoustics continuing on for the entire season. So the acoustics, so there's three independent systems trying to evaluate this, and two are at the landscape scale. So acoustics are continuing on even when the observations are not at a high level. So we haven't seen a major blip in October, for example, on the acoustic.
Okay. But the 121 is based on the visual?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's confirmed species observed colliding with an observation of the outcome. So it had to be, a good field of view and everything.
And you're monitoring 1,700 spans?
Yes.
So roughly 3.5 hours per span. If you were doing
so we haven't visually observed every span. Subsampled.
Okay.
And a lot of the work for evaluating how well acoustics are functioning, we position humans next to the acoustic device. And so to make that more efficient, you do that where collisions are the most likely to occur, so that you limit the amount of humans you need to evaluate the acoustic system. And as a result of that, a lot of the collisions are observed on Powerline Trail, for example.
I want to say in a little more detail what you said earlier about, because I think the question about fledglings, I think we could say a little bit more about that. So what I heard you say is there's not a blip in October. So when fledglings were leaving for the first flight out to sea, we're not seeing an increase in the acoustic data that would indicate they're hitting in significant numbers. And also, Andre, just correct me if I'm wrong here, but we're expecting the 2- and 3-year-olds are not coming back in any regularity. So there's, once they've gone, there's a few years where there's no risk at all for 2, 3, and to some degree, 4-year-olds are coming back at that point. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, I was going to ask that question. Is it possible that fledglings are more or less like, because these numbers, these percentages are, if they don't include the fledglings, could that be different? But if you're saying that there's no change in the acoustic monitoring, then that's unlikely. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. So the strike pattern across the season is to ramp up in May during incubation, then it ramps back up during chick rearing, and then it's a pretty steady decline into late chick rearing and fledgling for the newels. And so, things are approaching zero in October for the collision pattern across the season. Petrels are fledging in November. And also, I think the assumption here is actually, if you made the assumption that they were chicks, then the models would be, those are birds less likely to survive. So KIUC is taking on a conservative position, assuming that they're adults.
Oh yeah, I see. Do you have is those rates throughout the year? Are those in the document?
I'm not sure.
Sorry, can you clarify the
request?
The
acoustic monitoring rates, like the strike rates, I guess.
You're talking about the seasonal pattern mark discussed?
Yeah. Or in a paper or something we can.
I think there's lots of it in the reports that you're getting exactly here.
If it's in the Bayesian model report, it's in the appendices, but that's something, let's take a note, Tori, maybe that's something that we can add. Because I think that pattern is important in understanding impacts for fledglings versus adults.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
And we just published a paper on the same seasonal pattern, but at the burrow perspective. So they match the same pattern.
Okay, thanks.
And just one more question for any taxon expert, I guess. Is there any reason to think that based on the biology of the bird, the outcome of a strike is going to vary by location of a span? So do, birds near the coast fly faster or higher? Or is that pretty much even depending on the span, or do we have those data?
So birds are approaching power lines at different speeds all over the island. And the data that we have here of those locations, so I think the outcome that you're seeing.
But no regular geographic pattern to that, say from the coastline towards the center of the island with.
It's more inverse averaging. And tailwind just headwind and headwind.
Okay.
So when they're heading with the
See, they're flying
often well.
Excuse me, we didn't hear the answer to Bob Reed's question.
5 minutes.
Sure. Okay, so we'll take 5 minutes and come back at 10:53. Mindful. Right.
Thanks, Dave.
Appreciate it. We're starting to appreciate it fully to repetition. Because we're circling later.
Everyone, we're going to start again. We've got a lot to get through, so if you can sit down, please. Thank you. Okay. Thanks, everyone.
All right, we're going to get started again. If you wouldn't mind taking your seats, please. We appreciate it. And we'll continue down the path of the effects analysis on the covered seabirds. And what that means for the HCP. So as we've talked about, we don't know the fate of birds that collide. We cannot measure that. We have to make assumptions that we just discussed of the fate of those post-collision events. However, we're basing that on extensive monitoring of the collisions themselves. So that is why in the HCP, you'll see this throughout chapter 5, for the covered seabirds, we are requesting take authorization for a number of collisions, a number of strikes. And we use the term collision and strike interchangeably, so you might see both, but we call this our measurable unit of take. And so we are requesting, KIUC is requesting all take, again, all injury and mortality, things that meet that definition of take under both the state and federal law, associated with the estimated power line collisions or strikes, same thing, over the 50-year permit term for each covered seabird. And I'll walk you through those numbers in a minute, but I just want you to make sure you understand the concept, because this is a very important concept for the HCP. We can measure collisions, we can estimate collisions based on observational data, acoustic data, real data, field data. We have to infer the outcome of those collisions. So it's mortality resulting from power line strikes, injury resulting from power line strikes, and the third category we haven't talked about yet, but we will, is the mortality of eggs and chicks as a result of breeding adults being injured or killed from power line strikes. Okay, very important component of this, of course, they're not the ones striking the power lines, but we are making the assumption that if one adult is killed of a breeding pair, that chick is lost. Doesn't have to be both. So we've talked about the power line collision estimates already, how those are done. The photo on the right is of a particular span on power line trail, I believe. We have the acoustic sensors mounted on poles that are detecting the sound of the strike itself. We have the model that's estimating the annual strike rate to account for all of the various covariates and variables. We have the visual observations to estimate the proportion by species, because remember the sound of the strikes is the same, whether it's a Hawaiian petrel or a Newell shearwater. And we have also factored in future strike rates, both because of the expansion of the power line system, right? Those additional power lines that KIUC needs to extend or perhaps even build new lines, and related to the change in the population itself. Because of course, all else being equal, the more birds there are, the more strikes there'll be, the less birds there are, the less strikes there will be. Again, all else being equal. So John will talk about how we have factored that into the population dynamics model, but we have done that. And the take limits that KIUC is requesting are based on some important assumptions. The first is an overall island-wide reduction in strikes for existing power lines compared to, so with minimization projects fully implemented, so at the end of this year and at the end of 2023, with all minimization projects implemented, as compared to before those projects were implemented, again, island-wide 65.3% reduction in strikes. Now, that will mean in some spans, some miles, the strike reduction will be less than that. In others, we expect it to be much better than that. And we heard about some of those examples in the field that Mark and his team have observed. Immediate reductions in strike from one year to the next, immediately after a static wire was removed or a reconfiguration project was implemented. So probably not a result of immediate change in population, probably the result of the project itself. For future power lines, we believe we can do better than that 65.3% average across the island. And for future power lines, we've assumed an 80% reduction. So only 20% of the strikes would occur on future power lines as compared to a power line today that had no minimization on it. And that's because of the ability of KIUC to build the power line in a way that takes into account the actual or perceived risk at that location of power line strikes. They can design it differently, they can build it differently from the beginning. And so we think and are confident that we can achieve a higher rate for those future segments.
Confused. Why does it say in an unminimized condition? So because of where they're placing them or other things like that, you're not taking the minimization methods? I'm confused by the wording of unminimized condition.
Sure. So we're always measuring the strike reduction relative to the monitoring data we have, which is from 2011 on unminimized lines. So that's lines with static wires, with those multiple vertical levels in locations where there is high risk, medium risk, low risk, so island-wide. That's our comparison point. So the percent reduction for future lines is relative to that condition. So without the HCP, without all the early implementation that KIUC has done. So that's what we mean when we say unminimized existing lines.
Okay, so it's not that you're not putting the minimization methods on them, it's that it's comparing it to the
It's a
previous.
comparison point.
Thank you,
That's
sorry,
right.
I was sure it was just a semantics issue that I wasn't understanding. but thank you for
Absolutely.
the
No, there's
clarification.
commitments by KIUC to implement as much as they
Right,
feasibly can in every new future power line.
Okay,
I think
thank you.
it's in their interest to do that because we'll be measuring the performance of those new lines. Yes.
Yeah, and then the 65.3%, is that taking into account all the measures that that you were showing us earlier have already taken place, plus the future ones that are planned? Or what is that, how is that calculated? Like, at what point in time are you anticipating that 65.3%?
The 65.3% reduction is January 1, 2024. So it's once all of the minimization projects are completed by the end of this year. That is the goal.
Oh, sorry. And prior to January 1, 2024 would be less than that, but still some, because you've been doing some.
Most has already been completed. Yeah, there is a schedule actually in chapter 4, I believe, where the conservation measure for power line minimization, I think that's conservation measure 1. We have a schedule of all the minimization projects that have occurred to date by year, as well as those planned this year. And you'll see most of the vast majority have already occurred.
And you'll be monitoring that and making changes if depend on.
Correct. Yeah, we'll talk about that. Yeah, Michelle?
As we talked about yesterday, and I know we haven't gotten to adaptive management yet, but as we talked about yesterday, the adaptive management triggers around that is not based on the level of efficacy for these reductions in estimated take. It is based on the take numbers. The strikes.
Yes.
Yes.
We'll talk
Okay,
about that.
all right, because there's some pros, cons to that approach, right? We can talk about it when we get to adaptive management.
We'll talk about it when we get to it.
But it got me thinking last night and just wondering how we're gonna handle that.
Okay, fair enough.
I have a question.
Okay.
Well, Jim's not technically on the committee currently, so Jim, if you can hold your question till later, thanks.
So we'll turn next to the effects pathways from lighting. So remember, what's covered in this HCP are KIUC's operation of all of the streetlights, 4,100 streetlights on the island, plus future streetlights, as well as the facility lights, those 2 facilities, Port Allen and Kapaya, and those temporary nighttime lighting for emergency power restoration. So those are all the collective light sources this HCP is covering during the seabird fledging season. That's when the light attraction is a problem for the covered seabirds. Now, the species primarily affected by light attraction are Newell's shearwater, to a lesser degree, Hawaiian petrel, and to an even much lesser degree, band-rump storm petrel. But they all are affected, and so we are assuming some level of fallout take from light attraction for those species. This is mostly affecting fledglings that are making their very first trip to the ocean. So they're flying from typically up high in the highlands, flying out to sea. They will circle artificial lights, they'll get exhausted. They might collide with a building or a pole or something, fall to the ground, and it's very unlikely for them to be able to regain flight once they're grounded. There are even instances of birds sometimes flying out to the ocean and redirecting back to land by the lights on the coast. So it can happen in a number of ways. Appendix 5C talks about, it's weird hearing your own voice, talks about this source of light attraction in great detail and provides a lot of citations for studies around the world, including in Hawaii. So take a look at that technical appendix. Now that technical appendix 5C also goes into a lot of detail about an analysis that our team did on how much light attraction is KIUC causing. So something we talked about in the field quite a bit is that KIUC streetlights are not the only source of light on the island, of course. There are a lot of other light sources, some of them very bright, very extensive. So how do we partition those KIUC's light sources from the other light sources that KIUC does not control and is not responsible for in this HCP? Very important question. Appendix 5C walks you through an approach to estimate that we think is the best available data. It apportions what we call the lightscape of Kauai into the light contribution of all KIUC streetlights. We do this first by partitioning the island into what we call sectors, 34 different geographic areas. They're the same sectors that the Save Our Shearwaters program uses. So we have data on bird fallout by species, by number of individuals, by source of mortality in some cases, within every one of those 34 sectors. So it's a very helpful way to come up with a better estimate than we could if we had just looked at the entire island as one geographic unit. So the punchline, which, and I'll walk you through the methods in a minute, but the punchline is that based on this analysis, the radiance, which is the technical term, it's not brightness, it's actually radiance, from all light sources are attributable to KIUC streetlights in a range between 0%, because some of those sectors don't have any streetlights at all, as you would expect, to up to 13.2% of the radiance. And if you average those across the whole island, it's about 6%. So again, of the total lightscape of Kauai, all radiance measured from orbiting satellites that has an infrared, near infrared, and sensor on it to detect radiance, we've measured 6% average contribution from KIUC streetlights. Visible light, that was the word I was looking for. Visible light and infrared, near infrared light. The facility lights, we've also estimated take from. We have better data from the facilities, so we don't need this complicated analysis to estimate. We actually have real fallout data from the two facilities. Most of it has occurred at the Port Allen generating station. So we've made some assumptions in the analysis because the data are based, or the conclusions are based in part on birds that have been rescued by the SOS program. And we know that they're not finding very many of those birds. Right? Most of the birds that fall out go undetected. They fall out in areas where there are no people to find them. They're also very secretive when they fall out. And so we've made some assumptions about fallout detectability rates, about differences between the two species in their risk or susceptibility to light attraction. But one important one that we have italicized there is that any fallout, whether detected or not, we have assumed in our model to result in 100% mortality. So again, we're trying to be conservative in our assumptions, and Appendix 5C details the nature of those assumptions and why we believe they are conservative. Emergency nighttime lighting for power restoration, because it's such a focused effort, short term, would only result in take if it occurs during the fallout season, not any other time of the year. Because we think we've overestimated take from all of these other light sources, we're not accounting for that nighttime power restoration take separately. We're simply assuming it is subsumed within those other estimates. This flow chart is actually not in Appendix 5C, but it's our attempt to summarize that analysis in a simpler flow chart. There is a flow chart in Appendix 5C. It wouldn't fit on this page because there's a lot of steps in the analysis, but I'll walk you through it briefly. The source of the data is radiance maps from NOAA, and we actually use real radiance data from October and November, so during the fallout season in 2018. Again, partition that radiance by sector by those 34 zones shown on the lower left. And then based on that data, we came up with an estimate of the radiance of a single streetlight. And I won't go through how that was done, but we could find parts of the island where there were only one or a handful of streetlights that were likely the source of all radiance in a particular pixel of the data from that satellite. So we were able, we think, to come up with a good estimate of the radiance of a single streetlight. Of course, we know where the streetlights are. We can say how many streetlights occur in each of those sectors. We can multiply that out to come up with the total radiance generated within a sector by KIUC streetlights. We know the radiance as a whole within the entire sector. And so we can come up with a proportion by sector of KIUC's radiance from streetlights. And there is a table in Appendix 5C that goes through all 34 of the sectors and provides that data. For the fallout, though, we have to sort of convert that to an estimated amount of fallout. The fallout estimate is using the data, recent data, I think it's over the last 4 or 5 years, from SOS, and then applying those detectability factors. 10.4% detectability, meaning 90%, 89.6% of the birds are not found. Only 10.4% of the birds were found. And then for facilities, a 50% detectability. Now that's a lot higher. We recognize that. Also recognize that within the 2 facilities, KIUC staff are trained in detecting seabird fallout. They have an annual training program. It's part of the HCP conservation strategy where they go through training. They go through training refreshers to locate fallen seabirds and then recover them and turn them into SOS. So they are trained observers. It's, of course, a very open, very visible facility. There's not many places for the birds to hide like there is in dense vegetation. So we believe even 50% is a conservative detectability estimate for those 2 facilities. It may actually be quite a bit higher. Question? They do. Yes, they do. That's right. That's described in the conservation measure of the plan. I'm talking through a cell phone, so no internet issue here. They can hear. Hopefully they can still see the slides.
Are you asking if people online can see the slides? Sorry.
Yeah, just making sure they still have the ability to hear what's happening.
Miana, can you confirm that? Are you able to see and hear?
We can see the slide. Your question, however, we didn't.
We can't hear you if you're talking.
Can you hear me now?
She's unmuted. Or give us a thumbs up.
I think your speaker's out.
Oh, yes. We're good. Oh, okay.
Okay.
Okay, great. Next topic is future streetlights. We have to account for the streetlights that KIUC will need to build and operate because of the growth on the island. We based the growth projections of streetlights. We apportion them by sector based on the Kauai General Plan and the estimates of where growth is likely to occur on the island. So these future streetlights are assumed to have the same proportional contribution within each sector as the current streetlights. I think that's reasonable and perhaps even conservative because they're being added often to areas that are growing with plenty of other light sources as well. But we don't know that. Some streetlights might have to be built in areas without much light at all. Finally, there's another very small but important source of injury and mortality, mostly mortality, from the predator traps, from some predator traps that are used within the conservation sites. We have data on this, so actual counts of both species that have been found in predator traps. The maximum number in any one year, which was a couple of years ago, was 8 individuals. We're assuming all of those are breeding adults, so that's sort of the worst outcome for that population. And we're assuming that about a third are Hawaiian petrel, and two-thirds are Hawaiian petrel, and a third are newel shearwater. And these estimates do scale to the growth in the populations at each conservation site. That's a key part of the strategy, is growing more birds, increasing the populations in these conservation sites. So we do expect this to increase over time, but again, the numbers are very small. All right, so now we're going to get into some of the numbers. And bear with me, I'll actually take you through a series of several slides. And then if you have questions, I can take them, and then we'll be at the end of this section. So this is the sum of all of the different sources of take, and they're listed on the left, top left there, where we have existing and new power lines. In the top line, existing streetlights, new streetlights, facilities, and take from those predator traps in the conservation program. So you can see the unit of take, what's actually being measured in the middle, and then the requested amount of take by unit of take. Now, it's an easy thing to conceive of for fallout and for individuals caught in traps. Those are actual birds getting injured or killed. For power line strikes, though, remember this table at the bottom. It's the same you saw before, which is the observed events after power line collisions. So again, we can only measure collisions. We cannot measure the fate of individuals after the collision. So we're making assumptions based on those 6,000 hours of observer data of what happens to those birds after collisions. So this is for newel shearwater. And you can see that the vast majority of the requested take is from power line strikes, with about 12%, if you sum the next 3 lines, from fallout, from the combination of existing streetlights, new streetlights in the future over 50 years, and the 2 facility lights. And there's more information in the tables, and in fact, I'm going to show you the tables, 5.2, 5.3, and 5.4 in just a minute. But let me just complete the picture with the other 2 species. And we have in the middle Hawaiian petrel, where the vast majority of the requested take authorization, 97%, is from power line strikes, with only slightly more than 1% of the requested take from fallout. and then about 1% for the predator traps. For band rum storm petrel on the bottom, you can see the numbers are quite small because we expect this to be a very rare event, whether it's power line strikes or fallout. Now let me go through the next 3 slides and then we'll come to questions because they might answer your question. So let's look at Newell Shearwater by itself. This is a table right out of the HCP, and it shows the very same data. On the right-hand side, we have the total over 50 years, the same sources of take. In this particular table, we've combined existing streetlights and facilities. In the previous one, it was split into 2 rows. But on the right-hand side, you can see the total over 50 years, and that column that is requested take by unit of take. The numbers are the same for fallout, but the numbers to the right are different for requested take versus, and these are the components of take that we talked about earlier. There's mortality, there's injury, non-lethal injury, how we're defining it, and then finally indirect take of eggs and chicks. So those 3 numbers do not sum to the requested take. Why is that? Well, it's because of this table back here. Because remember, of all the collisions that occur, we're assuming about half of them result in either injury or mortality. So 46.7% of the collisions don't result in either. Those birds either have no effect, they're briefly stunned, they graze their wing, whatever it is, there's no discernible injury that we're assigning. They keep going, we're assuming they're fine. So that is why these numbers are different. And the indirect take of eggs and chicks is derived from our assumption of whether the mortality or injury is of an adult. Because, of course, mortality of a fledgling will not result in indirect take of an egg or a chick. I didn't include all the footnotes here. It would have been way too big, but you can see all the footnotes in the chapter. And then take note as well of the average annual. I think that's instructive as well. So the columns on the left-hand side are showing you what that take request over 50 years means on an average annual basis. Now that's a long-term average. That's literally the 50-year take divided by 50. Now the reality will be different, especially for power line collisions, because we know the population will change. The more, all else being equal, the more birds there are on the island, the more power line collisions there will be. We know that. Our population model does take that into account, and we actually have a table in the plan, in the HCP, that shows you what the estimated power line mortality is every 5 years, based on a 5-year rolling average of, collisions, power line collisions, not mortality. I have to catch myself. Because that is a very important trigger for our adaptive management program. It's something we can measure, and it's something we will track to determine whether we may be experiencing power line collisions greater than we want or expect, or maybe less than, which is of course a good thing. So I want to make sure you understand how this is set up, because it's a very important table or series of tables. We do the same thing for Hawaiian petrel. This is table 5.3. The numbers are smaller, but still important. We have the annual average on the left-hand set of 4 columns, the total over 50 years on the right-hand set of 4 columns. It's set up the same way. And with band rump storm petrel, again, same approach, but very small take request. So that is the end of section 3, but let me pause there. I'll go back to Newell Shearwater in case there are questions on this? I think we have a question from Melissa, but why don't you?
Just a logistics question. We're getting a lot of echo. So first of all, just a reminder to, and I'm very guilty too. I've not been unmuting myself, but it's been said we're getting a lot of echo between your phone and ours. So you'll have to mute your phone every time we're speaking, or just hand the phone to us, whatever's easiest. So.
I think where I get concerned is whenever there's really big ranges of uncertainty when a species is really low. And so when I see something like we have a sample size of around 120, and we're estimating that only 53% result in take, and we're assuming that everything's great with the birds that fly off, but we have not a lot of data. I think I heard sample sizes of 10 tracked individuals or something like that, right? It's really difficult to know what happened. And I guess I just want to raise the need for some sort of assessment of, I don't know whether you could examine birds at the nesting area to look for, you mentioned lots of feathers, that sometimes there can be fringing of the feathers, which affect waterproofing or something like that, just to get some sort of an estimate of how many individuals that you see at the colony maybe were those individuals that hit the lines on the keel and had impact. Yeah, go ahead. And then I have more follow-up question, but I can rotate you.
Problem with that idea, which is a good idea. I bet you if you pulled everything and look at it in Upper Limahuli, you probably wouldn't find anything. And also like those minor injuries. That scenario, the ideal would be trying to look at a colony which is management, we don't work in those as far as predators are going to get. And on top of that, they're massively dispersed in those. All of the threats of the face. So I think that kind of measure is tricky. One of the things we thought about before was both the birds passing over the power line and affixing transmitting data loggers to them that would transmit data to base stations. But I mean, it would be a huge project to try to get that kind of information. And we do, in all the colonies, we have at least 30 cameras on burrows. So if a bird, you would see if a bird was just exhibiting like act differently at the colony. That might be something you pick up, but again, it's all colonies that are less effective.
I just want to, I think you guys can speak to this better than me, but I think one of the things that kind of back checks this in my mind is the radar data and the results of the radar data and the stability that we've seen of that. I mean, to some degree we have data sets that are sort of checking each other.
Yeah, I mean, we have the long-term data sets radar for trends in those areas across time, and that has shown no trends in the last 10 years. And in the areas where there's no radar, we have the sensor monitoring, which we're ramping that up now, and that's like for areas been running for about 10 years. And then Nepali, it's kind of just bouncing all over the place.
Okay, so I'm hearing that the field data needed to answer the question of that other 46% would be really hard to gather. One other way to maybe check it would be some hindcasting of modeling. So to say, okay, we know there's been this gigantic drop over the last 40 years in the populations, and it's largely caused through power line collisions. If you assume that only this percentage of the collisions are resulting in some sort of impact to the species, a mortality or a delayed mortality due to a lack of waterproofing or something like that, does that actually produce the declines in the species that we've seen over time? And so I think that would be another way of checking those assumptions, that nothing happens without 46%. And that should be doable. Yeah.
And I think John has probably done it at a much more sophisticated level recently.
Yeah, so in many respects, the type of exercise sorry, the modeler can't figure out technology. In many respects, the type of modeling that you're talking about is what we're doing for Honolulu Cape Kaha, and for the Waimea area in the model. And we'll talk about that a little bit more, but right, we're integrating the radar trend and the collision estimate. Given the assumption about low productivity of this species, we're estimating how many birds would need to be there to sustain the rate of decline given the collisions. And so that's one way. It's very similar because these things are related. They're not, the trend is not independent of itself. All of these things go into that, right? So it's, in my mind, a way to kind of bound the problem, if you will, a little bit, because if we assume 100% mortality, just for the sake of argument, and we take the collision estimate, then something has to give. Either these birds are way more productive than we give them credit for, or there's way more of them. So.
Yeah, and that's the exact kind of modeling that I'm suggesting, because I realize that when you run a model, again, I'm not a modeler. I work with a lot of people who do, and I work really hard at understanding what the heck they're doing. And so they tell me that you can optimize a model for different things, right? And you can run model testing to essentially say, like, understand that range of uncertainty around things. And what I'm suggesting is I think it would be useful, given that these are really critical numbers to what's going in, to say, so I did this with tree snails a long time ago. I took the demographic model data out of the captive rearing lab. I said, okay, if we assume reproductive rates are this and that and the other based off the lab data, can I actually model the trajectories that we saw over time using like a basic PDA, right? And I was able to kind of, using sensitivity testing, figure out what the tipping points would be, right? And so that's a very crude, much more basic thing than what you're doing, but I would like to see something like that justifies assuming that 46% fly off and are perfectly fine. So, and I think it could be done theoretically.
Yeah, I don't think I have too much more to add. Sorry, it's one of those things where we're doing our best with the data that we have to combine that information to get at plausible either abundance in this case, but you can flip it around. And when I present, I think of these things kind of like as a three-legged stool, because they're like the trend is related to the strikes and the assumptions that you make about the mortality and injury rates there. So it's very similar, and like I think you were getting at, sort of given a couple legs of that stool, you have information, you can make inferences about the magnitude of the third leg of the stool for all those things to be able to stand up kind of consistently and coherently together. And there are different combinations, but right, that's the idea.
Are there other questions? I think we're working on the ESRC members first, Lainey.
Yeah, I had a question. The indirect take calculation is assuming only 20% of the birds that were killed or injured had eggs or chicks. Can you tell us more about how that's the 20% calculation? Because that seems quite low.
I'm not the right person to answer that.
I apologize. We were still mulling over Melissa's comments and just thinking if we could more fully respond. So I apologize. Could you repeat it? Sorry, Lainey.
Sure. Yeah, the indirect take of eggs and chicks assumes that only 20% of birds that were killed or injured had eggs or chicks. And where does, can you tell us about that assumption?
I am also not the person, Tori. I'm hoping that was the Ellen Berryman, who was with us yesterday, not here today due to being ill. So yeah, can we come back to you on that, Lainey? I'm sorry. Oh, Andre has something to add here.
That 80-20 is something that Casey were told to use because it was based on best available data at the time, but none of us actually agree on that data set at all, right? Like it's based on brood patches, which are not a viable way of assessing the adult and subadult split. And so Mark has been looking at an alternative data set. I don't know if you're watching the siren said. I'm holding it the right way around, though.
That's why I come to you for these.
For people online, we're just pausing for the sirens.
Yeah. The long one today.
Okay, sirens are over.
So yeah, I mean, originally we'd suggested 50-50 just because there's not a lot of information on this, but this data set is the only thing that's actually been published, and it is based on what is certainly not the correct way of trying to break the species number down. It was 14 birds that were found under power lines. They were checked for brood patches, but these birds came from like different times of the season when a brood patch could have disappeared, and so it's not a great tool at all. So Mark has been looking at carcasses, and I talked to Mark about this morning, he's been looking at carcasses that are power line collision birds to look at the gonads to see if he could figure that out. Maybe Mark can speak a bit more to his rampages through the carcasses.
Just like brood patch gonads fluctuate across the season as well. They ramp up at the right moment and then they decrease over time. So again, determining breeding status from both brood patch and gonad is difficult. And we'd need a very large data set across each phase of the breeding period. And we don't currently have that. So currently we have enough information to say brood patch is unreliable. And so we know that some of the strikes are skewed to subadults, and that was why we made the original suggestion of 50-50 as a hedge bet, really.
Yeah, I just generally speaking, thank you for reminding me, Andre, regarding the 80-20, I had sort of spaced that, but we actually did have very robust discussions around this with U.S. Fish and Wildlife and DOFA, and we did actually start with a 50-50 based on Mark and Andre's recommendation, but I think my understanding is the agencies were more comfortable with the 80-20 based on the information we had. Sorry, Michelle. Based on the information we had, we just don't have at this point in time other information to use. So
just to add to that from the modeling. So the point estimate, as Andre mentioned, for that subadult adult split is 80% subadults, if I remember correctly. It's based on a sample size of 14, which is not ideal. And there are issues with that Mark mentioned, but it is currently it's published, and I suppose the best available data that we have. So what we've done in the model is to take that small sample size into account when we're fitting those two areas, so like just what we were just talking about before in the model with using the radar trend and the strike estimate to get to abundance, how many birds you need to sustain that rate of decline. When we're doing that, we're fitting the and so that's a statistical term, but just like you'd fit a linear regression, we're fitting the model to those data. And for the subadult-adult split with a sample size of 14, you end up with like a binomial confidence interval that goes down to about 50%. So that uncertainty is actually taken into account in the subadult-adult split in the model. So it is. So anyway, it's not perfect, but given the best available data that we have, we're trying to incorporate the uncertainty in that data that's available in that estimate, given that small sample size.
But that table, this looks like mortality plus injury at about 18,000. The 3,756 that's a flat 20% of those two, isn't that? That's the 3,756. That's 20% of the two columns added together, right?
Yes, and I have to admit, I didn't. This table is informed by the model, so I'm speaking to when you see the model results, that's taken into account in that estimate. Then I think this is applied again.
I don't think it is, because that says, you know, like you look at E, which is E says for power line strikes, assume 20% of injuries and mortalities are breeding adults and one egg or chick. So that's just a flat 20%. There's no, that 3,000, if you add up the 10,148 plus 8,633 and take 20%, that's that number. That 3,756, that's assuming 20% of those birds injured or killed had an egg or chick. I believe that was my understanding based on what the table says, but that was also based on currently discussions.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess just trying to differentiate the model from the table itself.
Yeah, I'm just talking about the table. Yeah, not the model.
And can we hear from, there was a comment made about the federal agency being in support of
Maybe what I should have said was there's a published paper for the 80-20. That's where the 80-20 comes from. It's a published paper. Mark had started looking at carcasses, but we didn't have a large data set or definitive data. There was nothing published on it. We didn't have any kind of, it's not ready, basically. The data wasn't ready to use to give us a different breakdown. So we agreed to use the 80-20 because it's a published paper. That's probably how I should have described that.
It could be informed by, like, to me, it seems really logical. Every one of those birds has got to eat. So it's flying back and forth from the colony. What's your ratio of breeders to non-breeders at the colony? Could that be used? That ratio be used?
I mean, that's a question mark there in itself as well. Like, what is the ratio of subadults to adults? Because, you know, we're breeders to non-breeders in the colonies because the non-breeders are a big unknown out there. And we're trying to work on that in terms of figuring out what call rates are telling us, and particularly social attraction sites. When birds are coming down, the non-breeders are actually coming down to social attraction sites, what time of the year they're doing. But that's also, it would be a big assumption there too. One thing to note is that we're kind of hoping that the gonad thing might be the way forward, but we have a pretty small group of birds, and part of the reason for that is because a lot of the carcasses that we originally had were used in a plastics study. That so they've long since been utilized, so we can't use those carcasses. So we've been using ones that are been collected more recently, and it's a pretty small group of birds, and so we're not really getting the information that we all hope to get out of those carcasses. We're not getting that subadult-adult split, and I don't think that's going to come anytime.
No, and I think even if we had a pretty big data set, it's still, it's not like mammals where we can pull a tooth and get the age. It's going to be the gonads are going to be changing all across the season. So, you know, we've seen birds with giant gonads that have no brood patch, and then birds with tiny gonads with a brood patch. So we can tell right away that it's not going to be a clear-cut way to approach this. I think one thing that we've been talking a lot about is tracking the birds that come into new colonies and looking at their visitation rates and potentially getting tags on those birds. So yeah, I think it's going to have to come from multiple directions, but probably from the patterns of subadult movement across the island, because we know how often adults return to the colony. So we just got to fill in that X factor of how often subadults do.
I think I may have just turned this off. I've turned it off.
Oh, no, you're good.
Oh, I turned it on. Now I've confused myself. The other thing is that it's possible that subadults may be slightly more likely or proportionally more likely to hit power lines just because of their behavior. And I think we talked about this before last time, is that they do a lot of circling and chasing each other around in areas. So what breeders do, and this is informed by our tags and the cameras, is that they come from the sea and go straight to their burrow. The mules, they come back to their burrow, they feed their chick, they stay in the burrow until 2 hours before dawn, then they leave. The Hawaiian petrels are even more like in and out. They come in, they feed their chicks for half an hour, and then they're gone again. So they're not interested in, their collision risk is as they're passing that one time over the line. But what you see over the colonies and also over some of the places that Power Line Trail is birds circling and chasing each other. And those are the non-breeders. And those guys will circle, they can be circling for half an hour over the same place. So if they're in an area where there's a power line within that circling area, then their risk is actually a lot higher because they're paying no attention because they're just like, they're basically chasing each other because they're trying to pair up. So it's all eyes for the ladies and gentlemen as they're circling around and around and around. And they're passing those power lines potentially multiple times. So it's possible that in some areas the subadult may have a higher risk. But the 80-20 split, I mean, that's just, that's not really based on anything apart from that paper.
And in terms of like, how do we know that the subadults might be skewed? On Power Line Trail during the full moon, we have an increased strike rate. That's the opposite of our prediction. And we didn't understand why this pattern existed for a number of years because at low elevation during the full moon, strikes go down. And we've seen birds clearly see the wires easily during the full moon and avoid them. So why is this pattern going against what we expected? It's always circling birds at the Power Line Trail. And we don't know why they're circling, but it looks to me like they might be young birds that are testing the route, trying to figure out how to fly this route in all weather conditions. And so they're just moving around the valleys in a non-directly linear pathway, and that increases risk. So, and that risk goes away at the end of the season during the full moon. So it seems like subadults that are doing that.
I'm going to dive in. Sorry, folks. So I'll just offer that this is one of many places in the document right now where we are making some pretty big assumptions based on very limited data sets. And unfortunately, that's what we've got to work with. I don't think anybody feels comfortable with 80-20, at least all me. But I also think that we need to have a clear justification for why we would do something different. And if someone can give that, I'm looking at y'all, species experts, and other species experts in the room, we can have a solid justification as to why we would go with something different. I am all ears. That is, I think, the goal of this committee and of the agencies specifically to evaluate all available information to inform how we do this. Assuming, though, that we're not going to have all of that better information prior to permit issuance, the HCP itself has to be ready to take on new information as it becomes available. And that's a challenge, especially with an HCP that's this complex and has this many moving parts to it and this many large assumptions. That monitoring and adaptive management section of this document has to be robust enough to elucidate when new information becomes available. How does it shift? How does it morph in order to adapt to that? That's always been the thing that I've paid the closest attention to in this document, because I'm assuming that we're going to learn more, not just in the next couple of years, but over the life of the permit term. And is the document robust enough? Is it flexible enough? to deal with that when that new information becomes available. This is just one piece of that. But if we can get a better justification for something on 80/20, that's great. That's always better. Right now, that's what we've got to go with.
Yeah, thank you for those comments, Michelle, and we agree. And that's why we've spent a lot of time on the monitoring and adaptive management chapter, which we haven't even gotten to yet in the presentation. We will this afternoon. And we believe it is very robust and certainly has more extensive triggers in it than any other HCP I've ever worked on. And that is a lot of them. Yes.
Before you move on, I actually think that maybe someone can help me understand. I think on this table, and it becomes really important. So when I look at the adaptive management, kind of the required numbers, the metric one is maintaining, and I know we're going to get to this, but this table is important. Metric one is maintaining an annual minimum of 1,264 breeding pairs of Knoll shearwater. Metric two is reach a target of 2,371 breeding pairs of Knoll shearwater, and around 3,000 Hawaiian petrel. And when I see these numbers, and then I look at the targets that we're trying to reach, and I just don't understand. Am I missing something? As far as like we're looking at a take of like 35,000, and we're talking about numbers of 2,000 that are there, and just help me understand the discrepancy there. Mm-hmm.
Very.
Excuse me, can David unmute himself?
Sorry, I think you're muted. Are you muted? I've got several messages that they can't hear you.
Okay.
Are muted according to here.
That's
This is a separate.
it's a different.
It's not my computer.
It says I can hear a word every few seconds, so maybe there's connection issue, but they've asked you to start again. Sorry. If you can start again, and if you're online, sorry, I don't know. It's the phone that they're saying.
Let me test it. So I just do it 3 times. Screen.
If you're online, can you let us know if you can hear David now? Okay, David's going to try calling back in.
Oh, you want to try my phone again?
Or switching phones. We're going to try again. Sorry about that. You could also unmute the computer and talk into that.
I just, because I'm not close to it.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, so I'm back on for those on the Teams call. Let's see if this is any better. Please let Lainey know. Thumbs up. All right, great. So I'll be a little briefer this second time, but I think the answer is a combination of time and space as to why you're seeing numbers here that may not make sense relative to the benefits of the conservation sites. It's because the majority of the take that's occurring is not occurring in the conservation sites. It's occurring in the unmanaged parts of the island. It's also occurring at the beginning of the permit term, not at the end, because the assumptions we use in the population model include assuming a rate of decline that is, we believe, very conservative. And as a population across the island is declining, there's, all else being equal, going to be less power line strikes at the end of the permit term versus the beginning. So that's part of what's not visible in this static table of an annual average or a sum over 50 years. So we'll definitely talk about that more, and we'll see it in some of the graphs that you'll see this afternoon. I do want to do a time check because it is 5 after 12, and this would be a good time perhaps for a lunch break.
Do we have the lunches? Oh,
Lunches are here.
So I think we're going to take just 15 minutes. Is that right? And or a bit or longer. What's the plan, Kate? Do you guys have your lunch, or do you need to go?
No, we won't get lunch. I mean, I don't think we don't have a lunch yet, so definitely need longer than 15 minutes if we stop now.
Okay. What's that? Well, have you ordered it? Oh, it's going at 12:30? Oh.
Or just shortly before 12:30.
I can smell it, and it's going to get cold.
Yeah, we're not offended if you guys want to start eating now. It creates more noise, but it shouldn't affect me talking. So we can continue on in section 4. What's that?
What do you guys want to do? You want to eat now and listen? Okay, so we'll do it to our official break at 12:30, but yeah, if you want to, is this, keep going for another half hour and then, okay.
Sounds good.
Well, I understand we're on a short time. Just a quick follow-up on that. What I'm going to be listening for is that I think, we've got 40 years of decline, right, that's happened. And the HCP has taken 10 years to put in place. And so when a species gets so low that they're in an extinction vortex and you have these issues of low density and ongoing kills and reproductive, I mean, these guys take so long to reach maturity that it takes so long to see a response in the population models and stuff. Just the effort required is higher than if this HCP had been put in place 10 years ago. It just is. To prevent a species from going extinct. And I don't think the metric here has to be just like you prolonged it, it's not going to go extinct as fast as it would without this, when the direct cause of extinction is the thing that the HCP is designed for. So I just there's so much uncertainty in so many places in all of this. And I'm really looking forward to the adaptive management time and making sure that the language is in there so that as our numbers get better, I mean, hey, maybe you get lucky and a bigger percentage actually survive all of that, right? Than is assumed or whatever. But it has to have that built in. And I realize that creates uncertainty for the applicant. But when multiple species have been put in jeopardy due to these causes, you have to have adequate mitigation in place to overcome the vortex that these actions started, if that makes sense. So anyways, yeah.
All right. We'll come back to some of those points a little bit later because I don't think we agree with a few of the statements you just made. I don't think the data support that, but we'll talk about it a little bit later. Let me start in section 4 about the conservation strategy. So what we're planning to do to fully offset the impacts of the taking of all of the covered species and contribute to a net benefit for these species as well. I want to make clear, and we've definitely talked about this already this morning, so that's been great, that we are using what we believe is the best available data. And I think it's important to just step back and remember that we're not required as an HCP to answer all the questions that we have. There are a lot of questions. There's a lot of uncertainty. The requirement is to use the best available data and make informed, reasonable decisions based on that data. And I think it's just important to pause and recognize there is a lot of good data out there, not just the data that KIUC has collected, but a lot of other sources from the Fish and Wildlife Service, from DOFA, and others. So this is just a sample list, but they're all listed in various parts of the document, but especially section 4.2.3. An important part of the conservation strategy are the biological goals and objectives. This is a requirement of any HCP, and they really are the touchstone of the plan. It's really stating in as concise a way as we can the measurable objectives for each of the covered species. So we spend a lot of time crafting these biological goals and objectives to represent what we want to achieve at the end of 50 years. I won't go through all of them because there's a number of goals and objectives, again, for each species, but I just wanted to highlight this one that's on the screen, which is to, and this is the goal, the biological goal, to provide for the survival of the Kauai metapopulation of the species and contribute to species recovery. And this is for both Newell shearwater and Hawaiian petrel. It's not to recover the species. Of course, it's not KIUC's responsibility to recover the species, but it is their responsibility to fully offset the impacts of their taking and contribute to the recovery of the species. So that's an important distinction. We're doing that in a number of ways, which I'll go over, but the goal in the end is to have a viable metapopulation of these species on the island. Now, of course, that's a technical term, viable metapopulation. Metapopulations are collections of populations that are exchanging individuals, and we believe that's maybe likely the situation on Kauai, where you have discrete subpopulations in different parts of the island that are interbreeding mostly, but they'll occasionally be swapping individuals, sharing, breeding with other subpopulations. We can't measure viability directly. The typical way to do this is to conduct what's called a population viability analysis. We've not done that in this plan, but we can measure, monitor, and track in the future certain things that we believe are indicators of a viable metapopulation. And that's what we're proposing, and that's really the basis for the monitoring and adaptive management program as well. Now, Fish and Wildlife Service and DOFA have given us some guidance about what they believe is a reasonable threshold for a viable metapopulation, based mostly on other species, granted, but is certainly a reasonable threshold of 10,000 individuals and 2,500 breeding pairs, and that's for both species. So that's a reasonable target. The population growth rate, we know that a population that's stable or increasing is much more likely to be viable than a population that is declining. So that's a key indicator and something we can measure with the tools we have available on the island. Demography and age structure, growing populations are going to have a larger proportion of younger individuals. What we don't want is a population that is near the end of its life and not producing young. Melissa already alluded to these earlier. For each of the covered seabirds, we have a series of very specific quantitative metrics. This is the biological objective for the viable metapopulation for each species. So we will be tracking each of these very carefully during implementation, measuring our progress against each one. And these are also coming out of the population dynamics modeling that John will explain. So they're all linked to not just what's happening at the conservation site, but what we are estimating is happening on the island as a whole, to the metapopulation as a whole. I won't go through these, but these are very specific things that we can measure. And again, these metrics apply at the 10 conservation sites. Hawaiian petrel has a couple fewer metrics because we're not planning social attraction for this species, but similar types of metrics otherwise. In the field yesterday, we talked about many of these conservation measures for the seabirds. We've talked a lot already about power line collision minimization. That's conservation measure number 1. And I'll go through the others as part of the presentation. The first 4 apply to the covered seabirds. So that's what we'll focus on now. And we'll talk about 5 and 6 later today. I think we've covered a lot of this already. For conservation measure 2, minimizing light attraction, we know that the covered facility lights have been retrofitted. All of the street lights have also been retrofitted. KIUC will continue to maintain those, and when they have to build new street lights, we'll apply the same approach to those new street lights. I mentioned the training for the grounded seabird searches and rescues by KIUC facility staff. So that's listed in the last bullet there, and we have protocols already described and applied, found in Appendix 6A. Many of you heard yesterday the presentation from Molly, who's the director of the Save Our Shearwaters program. This is a key component of the conservation strategy, not just for the covered seabirds, but also the covered water birds. KIUC will continue to fund the program at a level we're indexing to $300,000 per year. That will increase slightly over time, adjusted for inflation. And again, that's the majority of the funding that the program receives. And that's important because this conservation measure is not just reducing the impacts of KIUC facilities, so rescue, rehabilitation, and release of birds that hit power lines or fallout from streetlights, because there are other sources of mortality that the SOS program addresses. We talked about some of that out in the field. But certainly there's many other non-KIUC light sources. Most, in fact, the vast majority of the fallout is likely due to non-KIUC lights. So fallout is both minimization, the rescue, release, and rehabilitation is both minimization and mitigation. And there are other sources of mortality besides that as well. There is a public education campaign as part of this conservation measure, something KIUC has been doing already, and you can see the details of that in that section of the HCP. Then we move to the last conservation measure that's really the cornerstone for the covered seabirds, and that's the establishment, management, and enhancement of the seabird breeding colonies at the 10 conservation sites. And these are sites that already have either one or both Newell shearwater or Hawaiian petrel, which you'll see in section 4.4.4, as well as Appendix 4A of the HCP, which describes every one of those conservation sites in more detail. KIUC is already managing 9 of these sites, so there's only one to be added. We call it Site 10 until it's identified, and KIUC is committed to selecting that site before the end of this year. We have assumed a certain amount of benefit from Site 10. It's essentially based on the benefit that we had assumed on a previous site that is no longer feasible. We'll go through the management actions at each site, but there's a lot more detail in the presentation that I know some of you saw yesterday of what's planned or already happening at each of those conservation sites. I will say, just again for kind of perspective with other HCPs around the country, most HCPs actually don't know exactly where their conservation sites will be. So plans that have protected lands, managed lands, will establish a set of criteria to select, acquire, and manage those sites during implementation. And so there's actually no sites known at the beginning when the HCP is being developed. And so it's actually unusual in HCPs, especially for a long-term programmatic HCP like this, to know exactly where, in this case, 9 of 10 conservation sites are. So I just point that out, that Site 10, while we don't know exactly where it is, we do know it's going to be in the area where that dotted purple line is found, and it will have very similar characteristics to the other 9 conservation sites, and that's actually quite typical for HCPs. Because KIUC has been managing 9 of these sites, in some cases for many years, there's also been monitoring occurring, of course, that Andre and Mark can tell you more about. And so we do know the number of breeding pairs found in each of these sites. And this is an accounting of each of the 9 sites, their total size, as well as a low and a high estimate of breeding pairs based on actually a fairly high degree of sampling of burrows and acoustic call rates at some of those sites. Let me just pause here because I know uncertainty is a big concern. Are there any questions about this table, these data?
I had a question. It was sort of stemming from yesterday. You had been showing really good data, like the increase in like call rates and breeding success. And I know there's uncertainty in these numbers, but there's numbers here. Do you anticipate being able to show similar rates of increase in numbers of breeding pairs in the conservation sites, or is that just not? Is there too much uncertainty in that?
Will the population size thing?
Do you mean like the increase in population size within the breeding colonies?
Yeah, sorry, I was yeah, so similar. So I had yesterday a table with this is the percentage increase in calling rates and breeding success since time 0 or something. And then you have these figures here, which is estimated total breeding pairs per site per species. But you didn't have similar percentages presented for actual breeding pair numbers because I think of the uncertainty. Is that something, are you going to be able to have those percentages moving forward, or is it too much? Is there too much uncertainty in these numbers?
The breeding pairs in the colonies are modeled, right? The increase of the population size is modeled, so that's included in the model. You know, we do update these estimates every year based on our auditory surveys and nearest neighbor distances. So, I mean, there's a fair amount of variation between the min and max there, but I'd anticipate over time as we're finding more burrows, nearest neighbor distances are decreasing. Our auditory surveys are having more polygons and more distribution of birds. Those will increase in number in the reports as well.
Okay.
But the increase in population size is taken into account in the models.
Okay.
And just to add to that, you can find that in Appendix 6A of the HCP, those breeding pairs over time from the model.
Okay, thanks. David, I think, are we good? You guys are good for lunch now? If you wanted to take a break, if this is a good time to take a break now, we could break for lunch.
I think so.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Okay, how much time do you think you need?
15 minutes, 20 minutes.
20? Should we?
30 minutes?
15, we can, 15.
I just want to, so if we aim for 12:45, we'll come back. That's 20 minutes. Okay, so for the people online, we're going to break for lunch and we'll be back at 12:45.
And shows.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, thanks everyone. We're going to start again.
All right, hopefully everybody can hear me all right on my phone. This is David Zippin again with ICF, and we're just going to continue through section 4, first half of section 4, which is about the conservation strategy. And just a few slides on the monitoring and adaptive management program, which in some HCPs can be very simple because the HCP itself is maybe very small, the impacts are small, you've got a lot of confidence in many of the outcomes. In a plan like this, we do have to have a more robust monitoring and adaptive management program to address some of the uncertainties that we've been discussing. But just to take a step back, what does monitoring mean? There's always two elements of a good HCP monitoring program. The first is, we sort of take it for granted, there's compliance monitoring. Are you doing what you say you will do in the HCP? So it's a lot of simply verifying that KIUC, for example, has implemented or will implement all of the measures they commit to in the plan. The other big component of a good HCP monitoring program is effectiveness monitoring. Are the conservation measures effective in achieving the outcomes we want, in making progress towards achieving the biological goals and objectives, those touchstones of the conservation program itself? And in some HCPs like this one, we also are going to be measuring the level of power line collisions, the level of take that we can measure, and asking the question, is that occurring at the levels we expect? And if not, what do we do to address that? That's not always the case. A lot of HCPs assume take will occur at the level that is specified in the plan, and what's monitored is only the effectiveness of the conservation measures. Adaptive management is our primary way of addressing uncertainty. It's a structured way of making decisions during implementation based on the monitoring data itself, as well as new data that might come in from a variety of sources. And adaptive management, people often confuse it with other parts of an HCP. There's a component of the HCP that's just the day-to-day management, small adjustments in monitoring, small adjustments in conservation measures. That's something KIUC will be doing routinely throughout the program. That's not adaptive management. Adaptive management is making important changes to how a conservation measure is implemented. So those are bigger changes, but not changes that are so big that it requires an amendment to the permit and the license itself. So it's important to keep that distinction in mind. There's the day-to-day management on one end of the spectrum that will happen as a matter of routine operations of the HCP. On the other end of the spectrum are changes that are so substantial that they may require an amendment, formal amendment to the permit and the license. But in the middle, that is adaptive management. And adaptive management, as we've defined it in the HCP, does require input from DOFA and the Fish and Wildlife Service. Of course, that's an important role of this group as well. The ESRC will be weighing in on the annual reports that KIUC submits. There'll be presentations, and we look forward to getting your input on adaptive management at that time. So there are a number of elements of the monitoring program of this HCP. We've been talking about the power line monitoring quite a bit. We saw that a little bit in action in the field yesterday. There'll be monitoring of both existing power lines as well as new power lines. And our goal there is monitoring for, in the case of seabirds anyway, seabird collisions, which is, remember, our unit of take. The collisions, the strikes themselves, are the number that we'll be tracking. Of course, there's a lot of monitoring happening at the conservation sites: burrow monitoring, call rate monitoring, social attraction, predator monitoring. These guys here can tell you a lot more about the details of that, but that is what has been happening at many of those sites for over a decade. And then, based on all of that information, the power line strikes, estimates, the conservation site performance, we can also, using other data from other sites, draw conclusions and estimate population trends, both at the conservation sites themselves as well as on the island as a whole. For light attraction, the only elements that are feasible is to monitor for take at the two covered facilities, so the fallout at Squirtallon and Copaya generating stations, as well as, of course, the Save Our Shearwaters program itself, which is a form of monitoring, and all of the birds that their program rescues, rehabilitates, and releases. So as I said, the adaptive management program for this HCP has two parts. It's the compliance monitoring. We want to make sure KIUC stays in compliance with their own commitments. That's very important. But we also want to measure the effectiveness of the conservation measures and the minimization measures. And to ensure that decisions are made in a timely way and an appropriate way, we have created these three tables that are listed there in red, table 6.1, 6.2, and 6.3, which include a lot of triggers. So what is a trigger? A trigger is simply a quantitative measure, or maybe it's simply a yes-no event, that if we measure that number, or if a number is measured above that threshold, the trigger is adaptive management. The adaptive management decision-making process happens. So it's essentially a way to force thoughtful consideration of the results of the monitoring program if things aren't happening out in the field in the way that we expect. Doesn't mean that an action will occur necessarily. It simply is forcing KIUC to consult with Fish and Wildlife Service, with DOFA, in the case of green sea turtles, also DAR, and look at that information, consider the context, what's actually happening, and ultimately make a decision of whether an adjustment needs to be made to the conservation measure. So those tables are very important. They're also very unusual. Personally, I've never worked on an HCP that has had so many adaptive management triggers. I worked on a lot of HCPs. We have tried to incorporate an adaptive management trigger for every element of the plan we think is important. So if you think we've missed one, let us know. We're happy to consider it. But the direction from Fish and Wildlife and DOFA was, we want assurances that adaptive management will happen when it needs to happen. And that's reasonable. We do too. Maybe none of us in the room will be around when some of these decisions need to be made, right? Hopefully not. So we need to tell our That didn't come out the way it really should have. But we do need to telegraph to those who are operating this HCP in the future, what is our intention? What is our intention for an adaptive management decision-making process, and what is an appropriate response if one is warranted? So I don't go into any details about those triggers here. That would take way too long. But I just wanted to give you an overview of those tables, what they're for, what they're designed to do. They are not meant to be prescriptive. So to Melissa's question earlier, we want to build in flexibility and make sure there's enough flexibility in a response, because we know things will change. There'll be better technology. There'll be some context that we probably can't even conceive of right now that's important for a future decision. We want to give those future decision makers the power, the ability to decide what's best based on the data in front of them, the bounds of the HCP, what KIUC signed up for, as well as the no surprises assurances that they're given by the state and the federal government, and what's best in that situation. That's a lot to consider. It's hard to predict what a prescribed action should be, especially in that number of instances sitting here today. So again, if those triggers or the potential responses are not flexible enough, let us know. If they're too flexible, let us know, but that was our goal. This is the decision-making process that we describe in section 622 of the plan, where it is KIUC's responsibility to report whether a trigger has been reached. Of course, they'll be the ones receiving the data most quickly, and they'll be reporting those triggers, whether one has been reached or exceeded or is on track to be reached or exceeded. So it's not just, hey, we've crossed the line and there's a problem. It's more like, hey, we're likely to cross the line. Let's talk about this early. So we've specifically designed that process to be triggered when a trigger is likely to happen, not just after it does. Some of these indicators also might be quite lagging to what's really happening out in the field. So we want to recognize that too, that what we're measuring is what we're able to measure. There may be some important things happening in the field we won't be able to detect until after they occur. So the second step there does trigger a mandatory collaborative process. KIUC receives input on the adaptive management action. KIUC does make the final decision. And then in some cases, if a dramatic change is needed, an entirely new conservation measure might be needed to replace an ineffective one. I think that's unlikely in this case, given how much we know about the effectiveness of these conservation measures, but certainly possible. An amendment might be needed. And then reporting on the results of implementing those actions. All right, so we are at the halfway point in section 4. So before I turn it over to John to talk about the population dynamics model, just wanted to pause here to see, Lainey, if there's any questions online or with the group.
Yes, if there's nothing from the committee. Yeah, go ahead.
This is Sherry with Division of Forestry and Wildlife. This kind of goes back to something you had mentioned earlier, and that Conservation Site 10 is likely to be in the dotted line that you put on the northwest of the island. What you just said, and that things are going to change over time, both with technology, but also with the population levels for these species. Have you all considered one of your sites either adding a new one to the 10 or changing to be outside of Kauai Island, for instance, Wehua, or other places in the state to where Newells, petrels, van rumps start to show up. Is that a part of the grand scheme that you might consider?
Short answer is no. We have not considered sites off of the island of Kauai. When ICF inherited the plan, the goal was always do what we could do on the island where the impacts are occurring. And at least my impression, I mean, they're more the experts on the available options. My impression has always been there are enough conservation sites available on the island itself to meet our needs, and we believe what we've selected does that. There are some challenges when you include mitigation beyond your plan area boundary. So that's simply a regulatory limit that we would encounter if in the future we find there's a better site off of the island. That probably would require a formal amendment to both the state and the federal license and permit. But not off the table, certainly. And those are the kinds of things that we would want to consider in the future. Any other comments? Okay. Anything else?
Just that, sure, you know, that the shell's gonna have to leave it.
Yeah. Okay.
I guess I'll also just say that this is
Sorry, and I also forgot to unmute myself. You might have to repeat that.
Lady, would you mind summarizing for me? I'm sorry, this is my.
Oh, yeah.
Headed to the back.
Oh, yeah. I can see you.
Can you? That's good.
Yeah. You're muted. Oh, just that we expect there'll be more meetings. Sorry, and I didn't quite. Oh, I'm not the host.
Who's the host?
Mina. I am.
Using a message here.
Oh, I can.
There we go. Okay.
Oh,
yay.
Okay.
Thanks.
Oh, did we?
Oh, do you want me to restate?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I was sorry.
That's okay.
I was trying to do something else.
Everyone, I said this a few minutes ago, but my computer had decided to die on Zoom. For those that are joining online, my statement was just that Fish and Wildlife Service. So I'm going to have to leave it too. And Lainey, I think, said that. But also I pointed out to the group that this is a big project and one that I do not expect it to be able to get through in a single meeting. And that there's likely going to be multiple meetings around this HCP prior to any kind of recommendations being made by this committee or permit decisions being made by the agencies. Is that fairly?
Yeah, I agree. I agree. Yeah.
So, good afternoon, everybody. My name is John Brandon. I'm with ICF. I'm a biometrician, and I've been working on the population dynamics model for listed seabirds. This has really been a collaborative project with Andre Rain and Mark Travers at ARC and the rest of our group. This is a challenge, to say the least, to model these seabirds. And the map that we're looking at on this slide shows the 15 areas of Kauai that ARC has subdivided into areas with similar types of threats, whether that's power line collisions, management protections. The conservation sites are in the north western part of Kauai in purple there, and really importantly to data availability. And I'm going to start, before I even get into the modeling, I want to take us through the available data, because as a modeler, that's really the first thing that I look at. What kind of trends are there? What kind of estimates do we have for productivity, et cetera, et cetera? So we don't just start modeling without looking at the data. And then we're really trying to base this model on that data. And in some ways, there is more data in some places. Obviously, the conservation sites, there's been a lot of monitoring going on in recent years. There are trend data that we'll talk about a bit. And I think it's also important to point out at the outset that within the last 10 years or so, a lot of new data has become available. And that has maybe changed the picture a little bit compared to what it was 10 or 20 years ago about the understanding about these birds and their population dynamics. The goals of the model, before I move on, are, the goals are to quantify the benefits of the conservation measures and to determine whether there's a net benefit under the HCP and to evaluate the effects of the requested take authorization. All models start with an initial abundance, and then we're going to be projecting forward under the HCP from that initial abundance. We're going to talk more about abundance of these seabirds. It's a very challenging thing to estimate. There are at-sea estimates back from, I think, the mid-aughts, but those have some serious limitations, mainly related to incomplete survey coverage of the full at-sea range. So we're not, unlike some other modeling studies, we're not using those. I'll talk a bit more, and Andre will probably help me out. We've gone over some of the breeding pair estimates that David showed and presented earlier for the conservation sites. So really, we're trying to take all the available data and synthesize it in one model. And I alluded to this earlier, and it's my way of looking at how the available data are related in a model. And so the analogy that I have here is of a three-legged stool. We have abundance, take, productivity, less predation, and then population trend. And this stool needs to stand. If you change one thing in it, it still needs to be consistent. So for example, the easiest one to understand here, and this is what I think we were talking about a little bit earlier, Melissa, but if you increase the take, you expect the trend to change and vice versa. So I mentioned we have trend data for these species, a long-term study of trend around the parts of Kauai that have roads. That's the radar survey. Runs from Wainiha out to around to Keikaha. And that started in 1993 after Hurricane Iniki. We have trend data from the conservation sites themselves, and both of those are very important sources of information. And they're very different trends as well. So one of the, I think, motivating factors of using a spatial model, and one of the reasons that the ARC has divided the island of Kauai in the way that it did was partly for this reason, that there are trends at the conservation sites where there's protections right now that are positive, and in other places it's either negative or stable. And then the next leg of the stool is productivity less predation. So we start in a population dynamics model essentially assuming a maximum rate of population growth. So that is theoretically what the rate of increase would be for a species without any anthropogenic mortality or any non-native predation mortality. That's the ceiling of the model. We don't have survival rate estimates for all age classes for this model. And so like previous modeling studies, we're using closely related species, in particular the Manx shearwater, and survival rates from those. And the survival rates of breeding adults are going to be most closely correlated with that growth rate, that theoretical productivity. Abundance, we have abundance estimates from the conservation sites that we saw a little bit earlier in David's presentation. We have a minimum and a maximum estimates of the number of breeding pairs there from Andre and ARC. And then in the other areas of the island, as I mentioned earlier, we're using the trend from the radar data and the collisions themselves to estimate how many birds would be needed to sustain that level of mortality at the estimated rate of decline from the radar trend. And what that does is it gives us a model that starts off matching the estimated number of collisions, which is maybe the first time that's been done. It's not an easy thing to do. So, and partly that is because the estimates of collisions, that leg of this stool take, that's part of the information that's become available in the last year. So we have estimates of the annual level of collisions from 2013 to 2019 from Mark and his crews. We also have estimates of take from fallout and lights as well. So starting with trend data. So what we're looking at here are plots from the Rain and Rossiter 2020 KSERP radar data report. On the left is the trend in log space on the y-axis of mean movement rates for Newell shearwater between 1993 and 2020. These are and on the right are for Hawaiian petrel. These are the average movement rates averaged, again, across all 13 radar sites. So, and that average rate of decline since 1993 has been negative 6.9% per year. When you look at the individual radar sites in different parts of the island, there are different rates of decline for those islands. So it's not a uniform rate of decline across all radar sites. And for Newell shearwater, for example, the Hanalei radar site has the greatest rate of decline over the time period, and that's negative 10.7%. these trend data integrate a lot of stochasticity, for one. You can see the high data point in 1993 after Hurricane Iniki. So there are any types of demographic stochasticity are integrated in these data. Environmental stochasticity is in there as well. So that's an important point, I think. The rate of decline is lower for Hawaiian petrel. The greatest rate of decline is at the, I might mispronounce this, so apologies in advance, but the Waikalua stream site, that's negative 8.1% there. In the model, we are going to be assuming that the rate of decline for that large, if you remember the map before, that large Hanalei to Keikaha area, the most impacted part of the island from take is at the most drastic rate of decline for any single radar site. So for Newell Shearwater, for that area, we're assuming that there's a negative 10.7% rate of decline, and for Hawaiian petrels, we're assuming there's a negative 8.1% rate of decline. That is what I'm going to call a conservative assumption. And what I mean by conservative is that if we look at the data and we take the lower bound, in this case for radar trend as an example, we're going to use the lowest value from the data that we can. So we're trying to, that's what I mean when I say conservative, when it's based on data. So this is what we would call modeling a conservative rate of decline here. And this slide is to show a feature of these data, which is discussed in the report, and highlighted in blue are the last 10 years of available data. That's 2010 to 2020. And if you just, and so on the right, so on the left is the same plot we were just looking at for Newell Shearwater with those last decade of available data shown in the blue dots, and then on the right, it's the plot is zoomed in for Newell Shearwater on the bottom, and then the triangles on the top are for Hawaiian petrel, showing the same blue dots on both left and right for Newell Shearwater. And so over the last decade of available data, the trend has actually been stable on average. This is also the period of time when we have estimates for the number of collisions. So we're not modeling this. We're modeling something that's much more conservative than the last 10 years of data. When we look at the estimated trends from the managed sites or the management areas, we get a very different picture. And so here we, again, this is for Newell Shearwater. In the top row, we have the minimum breeding pair estimates from ARC. So again, we're being conservative in that we're taking the lower number in a range from available data. When we make conservative assumptions, one thing to keep in mind is that as uncertainty increases, the lower end of a range also increases, that is, it goes down. So if you look at ARC's breeding pair estimate, the uncertainty between areas is not uniform. Some areas have a much wider range between the minimum and maximum. By taking the lower of the two, what we're doing is saying if there's a lot of uncertainty, we're gonna go even lower, right? We're not using the midpoint of those estimates. That would be arguably the best available estimate. But I don't think that the best available estimate is what the best management is going to be based on. And in the second row are the increase in the call rates from year zero, and you might see year zero mentioned here, and that means the first year monitoring for a specific site. And the first year monitoring for a specific site is not the same. Some sites started monitoring early, and Andre can help me out there. But I think for Upper Limahuli, that was 2014, for example, but most of the other sites might have been 2015, so there's a little difference. 2012 to 2015. And then in the third row, that's the annual call rate increase between that first year of monitoring and 2021. So those range between 8% to 19% per year for Newell Shearwater. We are going to assume in this model that for Upper Limahuli, for example, and generally for all of these conservation sites, that they're increasing at present at 1% per year. You can see in the next row, and actually I want to go back to that. So this increase in call rates is, if you could give me one piece of information, it would be the Rosetta Stone to translate the increase in call rates to increase in abundance. What I'm left with is something that's more than zero. And so again, we're making a conservative assumption that rate of increase that's more than zero is 1%. You can see the last row here is showing the change in reproductive success rates, which is basically before dedicated predator control and after dedicated predator control. And we'll talk some more about this, but the predator control, given the data, has been highly effective, I think. So again, trends are not the same across Kauai. We just looked at the annual increases in the call rates, the increases in the reproductive success rates, and the breeding adult predation mortality rates have decreased by an order of magnitude with predator control. So prior to dedicated predator control, they're based on the burrow monitoring data, adult breeding mortality from predation was estimated to be 0.03. So translate that to 3 out of every 100 breeding adults were predated upon before predator control. After predator control, it goes to 3 in every 1,000 breeding adults. So it's highly effective given the data. And when you look at the burrow monitoring data in combination with the acoustic call rates, these are independent sources of the information. The acoustic call rates are recorders, microphones that are out there. They're monitoring trend in one way. Andre and his crews are out there looking at the burrows, keeping track of reproductive success rates, and have cameras set up, et cetera. But both of these independent sources of information are all consistent with sustained recruitment into these breeding colonies. Moving on to the Rosetta Stone, right? So productivity less predation. We don't have any empirical estimate of what the rate of increase, what the maximum rate of increase is for these species that I'm aware of. What we've done for the model, and so given that lack of data on what that is, we don't, right at the moment, we don't have the information necessary to translate the increase in call rates to an increased rate in abundance. We know that abundance is increasing given these independent sources of data. And so we have put We have information on reproductive success rates. We have some information on fledgling survival from at-sea tags that have been put out. And then we're missing information on survival rates at age for older age classes. So we're taking those from Manx shearwater, and you put that into a Leslie matrix type of model. You can derive or calculate what the maximum growth rate of that population would be. And so given those values, we derive a maximum rate of growth for the model of 2.4% per year. That's a low growth rate for maximum without any human-caused mortality or without any non-native predation pressures. So my background is in modeling whales and marine mammals. And so from my perspective, and kind of dealing with somewhere on the our case-selected spectrum of critters, that's a low rate of maximum increase for a whale. Sure. I mean, it really is, but that's what we're assuming. So we really are, I think, trying to err on the side of, if we get it wrong, we want to get it wrong in a way where we underestimate the rates of increase and important components like that, because these rates of increase for these models are like the federal interest rate, right? Like they drive the model. So this number is really, really, really important. In the model, we never achieved 2.4%. Like I mentioned earlier for Upper Limahuli, for example, and I use Upper Limahuli as an example because that's where, for Newell's shearwater, the most number of breeding pairs are estimated to be. So it's a very important conservation site compared to another conservation site like the Hea, where Hawaiian petrel are, and not so many Newell's shearwater. So at Upper Limahuli, when we start with 2.4%, then we apply predation mortality rate estimates with predator control at the conservation site. And we apply, in general, for all areas, a rate of mortality and injury from power line collision. And each time we apply these mortality rates or injury rates, that rate of increase comes down from that ceiling. So we end up at 1% under predator control. It has to be greater than 0, but we don't know exactly what it is. We end up at 1% given the data and the conservative assumptions that we're making about the maximum model population growth rate. And I think that's about all I want to say there. As I mentioned earlier, for available data on abundance, these species have huge oceanographic ranges. Go out at sea. I used to work on the surveys out here. I'm pointing at the Eastern Tropical Pacific for everyone on the phone, that triangular space down there off of Mexico. So those surveys were designed to estimate densities and abundance of spotter and spinner dolphins for the tuna dolphin issue. They weren't designed to estimate abundance for seabirds. So they cover the range of spotted and spinner dolphins, but not Newell's shearwater. And, oh.
Go ahead, Kapika. Sorry, I didn't see you.
Yeah, thank you. My hand's been up for quite some time.
So we went a little bit past it, but.
Can you start again? Sorry.
Okay. So I'm worried that maybe not how you guys are thinking about it, but how you folks are talking about it is as if the entire meta population of birds is in Northwest Kauai. So can you confirm that you are thinking of the whole, because you guys are monitoring increases here, and I'm concerned you guys are applying that across the whole island for the meta population. Can you clarify how you guys are thinking about that?
Yeah, sorry, we had an echo. Right, this will become more obvious as I work through the slides and show the plots of the population trajectories by individual areas. But the short answer is no, that we're modeling different trends in different areas. So the large part of Kauai, the Honolulu Keikaha area, we're modeling a decline there. We're modeling increase based on the acoustic call rates in the conservation sites. So each area is essentially its own model.
Okay. Do you have a slide that shows how you guys are thinking of these subpopulations?
Yes, and we'll get to that very shortly here.
Okay, I will.
After we talk about the available data.
Okay, I will wait. Thanks.
So we're not using the at-sea abundance estimate. Here in the plot on the lower left is a track of a foraging Hawaiian petrel going up to the North Pacific, just to drive the point home. A lot of times I think, and a lot of focus is on Newell shearwater because such a high percentage of the population, the Earth's population, breeds on Kauai, but we're also tasked with keeping in mind Hawaiian petrel here too. So the abundance estimates are arguably even, the at-sea abundance estimates are arguably, maybe not even arguably, but they are even more problematic for Hawaiian petrel. We have high confidence in the abundance estimates at the conservation sites where there is a lot of effort going on to monitoring there. As Andre mentioned, the methods for estimating abundance of breeding pairs have been ongoing for years. In other areas of the island, are much more data poor, I would say, compared to the conservation sites. So we don't have as much confidence in. We don't have as much confidence in kind of available information. It's much more sparse from large portions of the island. So so abundance is very hard for these birds. I think that's the take-home message. We are, like I mentioned before, modeling a very low rate of maximum population growth. So that means that we're modeling a species that has very low resiliency to sources of non-natural mortality. But it also implies that in combination with the radar trend and the estimates of the number of collisions and associated grounding rates and injury rates from those, that there are either more Newell shearwater or Hawaiian petrel than previously estimated from the at-sea abundance estimates, which we know have incomplete coverage. Didn't go out and sample the whole range, so they're biased to some degree that hasn't been estimated. And or, these aren't mutually exclusive things, the maximum growth rate for these species is higher than maybe what has been previously modeled. Otherwise, the radar trend would be much, much more negative, right? So, for example, so if Newell shearwater mortality from power lines in 1 year was about 3,000 individuals, and there were only 4,000 Newell shearwaters left, The radar trend would have recorded about a 75% rate of decline instead of a 6.9% average rate of decline. So the best available data are not consistent with all of the above being true. Low abundance, productivity less predation being highly negative, and high strike mortality levels. So we're using multiple data sources here in different areas of the island, depending on what the available data are for that area of the island. So the radar survey data are not available all the way across Kauai because the radar unit is mounted on the top of a truck. It can only go where there are roads. Okay? And because we have high confidence in the estimates from the conservation sites, we're using those available, the minimum number of breeding pairs for the abundance estimates for those areas. For other areas in northwestern Kauai, for example, the Napali coast area, where strike estimates and radar trends are not available, we're using ARC's estimates there. Those are the best available data there. And then for areas where we have collision estimates and radar trend data, we're integrating those to estimate abundance, which is consistent with those two sources of information. So this table shows the different data sources that are used for the initial to initialize the model. I don't think I'm going to go into these into too much more detail, but again, just to say that different areas have different data sources that are available to use to estimate abundance to get the initial abundance for the model. And these different areas have, as I mentioned before, different levels of take, predation, and certainty in abundance. So I see Kavika raise his hand, and I wonder if I went over that last slide too quickly.
Go ahead, Kavika.
Yes, thank you. Could you go back to slide? So this is what I was concerned about. It looks like you are only considering subpopulations on the north and the west, and leaving out populations on the south and the east. Can you clarify?
So oh yeah, maybe it's a color thing. So that whole large blue area is what we call the Honolulu Keikaha area. And so that has its own subpopulation model. Does that answer your question, Kavika?
Okay, so where is the Kahili population counted as?
So Andre just said that it's in the Honolulu Keikaha group.
What about Kalelea, assuming that there's still a bird or two there?
Sorry, where was that, Kavika?
Kalelea, Anahola.
So at the Anahola colony, where there are still birds, small numbers of birds, that's also within the Hanalei Tikakaha area.
Okay, that's an extremely confusing label. Is there any way you guys can change that?
Can I just explain why we did that? So basically, it's like John was saying, we divided the area, the island, into areas either based on habitat type, like the Napali coast, or management types, like those management areas up at the top, or areas where there was different types of data availability. And the Hanalei Tikakaha area is covered by radar, and is also the area of the highest power line strikes. So it's a large area, but it's got very specific monitoring types and power line collision risks. So when it came to trying to divide the island up into to create population estimates, that's what we ended up with.
Okay, so that makes me feel more comfortable, but I will still stand on my comment that that label is extremely problematic, because those are, Anahola is not Hanalei Tikakaha, neither is Kahili.
Yeah, this is David. Kavika, we hear you, and we can certainly improve the formatting of the maps. But we do want to make it clear that we modeled the entire island.
Okay, thank you.
And Kavika, I guess, yeah, you're right. The name is a bit misleading. I guess the reason why it was called that was because it was the most northerly radar location in that section is Hanalei, and then they go all the way around the island, east to south, and end at Kekaha. So it's actually kind of the radar coverage area. So perhaps we can change it from Hanalei to Kekaha to something that makes a bit more sense conceptually.
Okay, please do. Thank you.
Might be useful to have color coding. So like on the table, if you color coded the row according to the block, that would really help tie with what's what, especially if folks less familiar with the island. And then maybe just a separate figure for the one that's not quite island wide, but it covers a really big area. Maybe you just pull that out to a separate side by side figure or something. I don't know.
Initially, we did, it was a different color, and it was basically linked to the locations of the radar sites themselves. So it was kind of more of a oddly shaped polygon rather than just the entire island being shaded one color with other sites located. So I think intuitively it looked, I hate to say it looked better than it does now, but it perhaps was more intuitive because you could see like the area that was being involved within that larger site.
Andre, I have another question.
It sounds like we need to group as a team and figure out a way to demonstrate this in a way that makes more sense to people, both in the map and the labeling. That's what I'm hearing. So we can do that.
Okay, one more question for Andre. Can you hear me?
Okay, thank you for that comment.
Hello, hello.
So this table is just showing some qualitative low, moderate, high characterizations of the differences between relative levels of sources of mortality, power lines, light attraction, predation by area, and then a relative certainty in the abundance estimate. So again, relatively high certainty for the conservation sites, moderate elsewhere, and then low for large parts of Kauai too. And then the mortality, most 90% of the collisions are estimated to occur in the I'm just going to say Hanalei to Keikaha area, for lack of a better word at this point. And then almost, I think Mark might correct me, but almost another 10% or so in the Waimea Canyon area, which is the orange area on the kind of the east central part of the island.
Yeah, and Kavika has another question. Go ahead, Kavika.
Thank you. So I'm a little bit concerned about grouping everything from Hanalei to Keikaha in the blue zone on the figure as one subpopulation, because there are actually several subpopulations within that, and they all have different pressures. So I'm really concerned about how they got all binned into one.
Hey Kavika, Andre again. Yeah, so it's, I know it looks like a large area, and it is a large area, and you're right, it's got multiple subpopulations which are scattered throughout that region, some of them large, some of them small. But you know, the purpose of this model and the way that John's created this is to try to apportion power line strikes and light attraction and predation levels to different parts of the island in different ways, which is something that wasn't done before in any other model. So it's trying to provide a way of changing population trajectories in different parts of the island due to different types of pressure. And that large area, I don't know what we can call it. I'll stick to Hanalei to Keikaha now until we change the name. But it is basically the area which has high levels of power line collision, moderate levels of light attraction, and high levels of predation, and it's not managed. And also it's a pretty data poor area because the only real information we have from most of the birds breeding in those areas is radar trend information, because we just don't have many surveys within there. Like we've done a lot of surveys in the back of Hanalei, for example, but all those areas in above Hanapepe, like Robinson Land, no one's ever surveyed in those areas. Places like Anahola and Kahili and Kalaheo have been surveyed rarely and very infrequently in recent years due to either land access issues or the fact there's no management, so it's dangerous to go into those areas for the remaining birds because you don't want to set up trails to lead to the burrows. And so although it's a large area, and I don't want to like, you know, tar every single population within there with the same brush, it kind of, in a broad brush stroke, and for this type of model, it seemed appropriate to have that large area just lumped into one, because that is the area that's going to get hit the hardest by most of the pressures that are coming to bear on the model. And then when you look at these other areas like Nepali Coast, power line collisions are almost non-existent. Predation is lower because birds are on cliffs. So even though there's no management, they're safer than they would be in the larger part of the island. If you look at places like Wainiha and Lumahai, structurally those areas are slightly different. There's also more data because we've done more auditory surveys in there, so we can be a bit more confident in our estimates. And then we get all the way up to the conservation management areas where we have the most confidence on what's going on in those areas, and they're heavily managed. So yes, I mean, it looks daunting in terms of the size, and I would agree that, you know, different populations within there are having slightly different stresses, but they're all getting hit harder than they would be in any of the other sites. And that was the rationale for dividing those areas up like that.
Okay, so that does make sense to me. Thank you for clarifying. So you're parameterizing these populations by the pressures upon them, not by population dynamics and gene pools, which is usually what us ecologists think about. So I'm not sure that labeling them as populations it might take people's thinking in a different route. I'm not sure if there's another word you could use. Melissa might have a suggestion, but it's starting to make sense to me now. Thank you.
Maybe just say regional rather than population. Yeah.
Good idea.
Or management unit or something, like something like that.
Regional population, is that what I should say? Regional subpopulation, but then you have a subpopulation of a metapopulation.
They're not really
Regional birds. I think we're using the coordinate.
No more hybrid meetings. I agree. Okay. But I think that one of the, you know, maybe it doesn't need to be said, but one of the reasons we are modeling it this way too is because of the natal fidelity of these species. So one of the assumptions that we're making is that if you fledge in one area of the island, you're one of these seabirds, you come back to that same area, right? So that is, you know, so we're partitioning the metapopulation into these regions, given that assumption and the different trends that we expect given the different pressures in different regions of Kauai. And if you model this as a single population or metapopulation, island-wide, you really miss, I mean, it's hard to imagine, I can't imagine doing it after what I've learned about these birds at this point. I just don't think it would capture the differences and the trends. I don't know how it would be very difficult to do, I think, say the least. Maybe that's being optimistic, but okay. I'm not going to spend too much time on this. This is showing the life cycle that we're modeling here. So we're assuming that age of maturity occurs at age 6. We, again, are trying to use the best available data from Kauai, coming from the monitoring studies at the conservation sites, and where we don't have estimates for adult survival, et cetera, mainly adult survival, but other survival at age past we're using closely related species. And the model is modeling we're using a power line mortality rate. We're estimating the power line mortality rate that's consistent with the radar trend, especially for that large region of Kauai between Hanalei and Keikaha. And then minimization is going to come in the model and reduce that mortality rate to some degree. So all of these vital rates get adjusted in the model by, in the future, under the HCP, given different benefits from conservation, predator control, predator-proof fences, et cetera. And so each region in that map, including the conservation sites, has its own set of vital rates, essentially. They're based, they're similar for similar areas, but the vital rates are not the same in each area. So and that's how we can model different trends in different areas. Okay, so we had presented some slides the last time we were in front of the ESRC that showed I think there were two sets of slides that showed the breeding pair abundance from the model under the HCP for all of the conservation sites combined, and then for all of the regions combined as well. And so what these plots are showing are the model trajectories for the individual conservation sites. And the blue line there is the projected trajectory of abundance, given that low rate of modeled increase for these sites under the proposed HCP measures. So that assumes that predator control will continue into the future, that the social attraction sites are there for Upper Limahuli, Ho'okea, Site 10, Honopu, and am I missing one? No. Those are, yeah. Okay. And so you can see that and these start with the breeding abundance estimates from the burrow monitoring studies from Andre and Ark. And we project those into the future. The red line is starting at the same point, same breeding pair abundance estimate, but without, it's labeled unminimized take here. But for these conservation sites, that's essentially without predator control measures. So if you were to hypothetically stop predator control and you reverted back to the predation mortality rates that were estimated prior to dedicated predator control, that is what the expected trajectory would look like for these conservation sites, as opposed to about a 1% rate of increase. Yes, we have a question from Melissa.
This might be a dumb question that was answered elsewhere, but does this model assume that, I know you've been having increases in acoustic detections, but you're less confident about the on-the-ground numbers based on our conversation yesterday because it's harder to confirm at a bunch of the sites. Models assume that all of that increase in detections translate into breeding birds, and that's why you're getting that uphill trajectory because they're all breeding and they're doing it at that 70% success rate or whatever. But I mean, in other conversations, I've heard folks say that a big portion of those are juvenile right now because we have a recovering population, so the proportion is higher on the juvenile side. Well, those birds aren't going to start breeding for a number of years. So just trying to understand that aspect of it.
Right. So again, for Upper Limahuli, for example, starts off with a 1% rate of increase. There's a social attraction site at Upper Limahuli that comes online, and you'll see that line starts to bend up. There's immigration coming into that social attraction site, but the 1% rate of increase is, yes, so it is consistent in a sense with the acoustic call rates that they're greater than 0. Again, we don't know what that rate really is. Could be 4%. I don't know. But we're assuming that it's 1%. Keep in mind that the acoustic call rate data go back to 2014 for Upper Limahuli, right? So that was, now do my math here, 7 years ago, right? 8. If these birds become mature at 6 years of age, that's recruitment into the breeding populations. We assume that that continues under continued predator control into the future at a 1% rate of increase. Yeah, please.
This is Andre. It's not echoing. Yeah, Melissa. So just 2 things to what you were saying. Firstly, like the call rates don't drive this. I think John uses the call rates constantly to highlight the fact that in the colonies we're seeing this constant annual increase and same with reproductive success rate, and that therefore these are showing that the populations are doing really well. But his model basically is a 1% increase, right? Secondly, to your comments about what the call rates actually relate to. So you're right, we don't know. Probably most of the birds that are calling in the air are non-breeders, because what we see from tag birds, tag breeders, and birds on camera is that the breeders come straight to their burrows. And I think with mules, they do, like the breeders do a lot of calling in the morning, not in the evening, but a lot of that calling is just birds circling about, and that's probably non-breeders. But there's a report that we did a couple of years ago where we did a regression analysis. And what we did was we took call rates for all of our song meters, and then we counted burrows with them, 250 meter radius, 100 meter radius, and a 50 meter radius, and had a look at the relationship between the two, like call rate and number of breeders. And there's a strong, significant relationship between increasing call rates and increasing numbers of burrows around the song meters for both species at different radiuses. And so what I think it is either the call rates are a lot of breeding birds, which seems unlikely, or just the very presence of lots of breeding birds on the ground is attracting lots of non-breeders that are linked in that way. And this is, therefore, as your colony is increasing and you're getting more breeders on the ground because they're such a social species, the non-breeders are coming in and being like, hey, what's going on? Oh, here's a whole load of birds. Okay, we'll start calling in the air. So what those calling birds are is still a question, but the relationship between the two is significant, statistically significant. And the other thing is you don't hear birds calling until they get to their colony. Like all along the flyways, you do not hear calling birds. You may hear the odd one really rarely, but it's really noticeable when you're in the colonies. You can see like in Limahuli, when you're in the bottom of upper Limahuli, that's the sort of V of the valley as the birds are coming in. They're really quiet below, and as soon as they hit the V, they all start kicking off and calling to each other as they're flying up. So it's very much a colony-related thing, the calling.
Michelle, do you want to go ahead?
Everyone, I have to apologize. I have to head home. That being said, it was really good to be here, both yesterday for the site visits and today for the meeting. Thank you to DOFA for hosting, as always. And thank you to KIUC for providing some really great and detailed presentations on where the HCP is right now. I'd also like to thank those of you who are part of KIUC, the organization, for being here today. It matters to us to have you participate in this, for you to show up for a long all-day meeting where we are in the weeds on statistics and bird biology. It really does matter. And we appreciate your time and your participation in this, because this is not just a regular HCP. This is a big deal. And this is something that has been a big investment in y'all's time and in ours for the last 10 years and represents the future survival of these species. There's still a lot here to do. And I won't mince words. There's some concerns that I think the agencies have and that ESRC is likely to have, but we are a heck of a long way in a better shape than where we were 10 years ago. And I am grateful for that. And that is in large part due to the work that has been done on the ground with KIUC support for the last 10 years. And y'all, thank you. I'm sorry for taking a second to do that right now, but I just wanted to say that before I had it. Thank you.
Thanks, Michelle.
So just to clarify, because I'm looking at all my notes from yesterday. So the the trend lines you see, Upper Limahuli, Pohakea, and Honopu, those are all the ones with the small little predator-proof fences within them. So I would assume that is Site 10 being modeled to have a predator-proof fence unit within it?
Yes.
Okay.
Site 10 is being modeled with predator-proof fence in it. Yep.
Yeah, okay.
And then one other thing to point out here too. So if you look at North Bog, for example, those, and really Hanakapiai and Hanakoa as well. These sites have many more Hawaiian petrels in them, and they're really, I think, set up as conservation sites for different species. So it's not that predator control isn't effective for both species in these sites. It's just that they're starting from such a low abundance level that at a 1% rate of increase, that line looks flat, basically. And I know that it was great to meet you in person. Yeah. Yeah. Safe travels. So one other thing to note here, and I think the last time we presented, Melissa had a really good question about uncertainty, and I'm a little reluctant to paraphrase, but I'll let you speak to it. But you're seeing one line here. You're not seeing confidence intervals, right? And this, so as a modeler, I love confidence intervals, sort of what my reason for being ends up being. But here, that's like, you know, that the model is mature when you have those in some instances. But here, there's a slightly different philosophy, I think, in this management strategy about uncertainty. Not trying to estimate with 95% certainty what the range of Newell shearwaters will be in 50 years at Upper Limahuli. We're trying to model for Upper Limahuli is given the minimum abundance estimate and a very conservative rate of increase, how many would there be? If you wanted really back of the envelope confidence intervals here, you could think about the upper limit on the breeding pair estimate on the y-axis, which is about 620 or so. And you could draw a parallel blue line to that at a 1% rate of increase. And if you really wanted an upper confidence interval on that, you could model a greater rate of change than 1%, right? There's a lot of uncertainty. And so the point being that there's a lot of uncertainty above that blue line, that we're not trying to model the full range of uncertainty here. Trying to model a very conservative projection of future dynamics. And uncertainty is not dealt with in this plan so much by 95% confidence intervals as it is with the adaptive management triggers. Okay? So the strategy here is to model, to be very cautious in our assumptions about the future population dynamics of these species, and then to put a safety net underneath that. Say, okay, well, what if it's not 1%? What if it's 0.5%? It's not the best example, but what if the reproductive success rates go down for some reason? Well, then we need to come back and revisit these conservative assumptions, see what's going on. So that's part of what those adaptive management triggers do. And part of what the purpose, I think, one of the purposes of this model is to say, okay, under conservative assumptions, could there be a net benefit here? What if those conservative assumptions themselves are not conservative enough? And that's where we lay the safety netting of the adaptive management triggers underneath these trajectories. So it's a philosophically different way of thinking about how to deal with scientific uncertainty, I think.
Point of clarification, dumb question again, hopefully super easy answer. Is your model taking all the information, putting it in, showing that there's likely to be a 1% rate of growth each year? Or is it assuming that if there's a 1% rate of growth?
Right, so we start at, so the way this starts, it's a good question. We take the reproductive success, we take any available data that we have on the vital rates so I'm going to talk about the conservation sites in particular to start with. And so we take the reproductive success rates with predator control. We assume that predator control is going to continue for the life of the HCP. And then we plug in the fledgling survival rates that have been estimated from satellite taggings, which essentially gives you about, I think it's 20 to 30% survivorship to breeding age is really kind of the main assumption, and that's consistent with other seabird studies as well. And then we take the survival rate estimate from closely related Manx shearwater. Now those occur in a different part of the world, mind you, but it's the best we have because we don't right now at present have an adult survival rate for these species. And when you plug those vital rates in, you can calculate what and that's before we reduce the survival rates from predation mortality, and mainly in other areas in particular from collision and mortality and injury, those get reduced. But before we take that step, start at the ceiling. So we plug those in, and then you can calculate the maximum rate of growth, or sometimes it's called a lambda max in these models. So that's where we start, and then we apply the predation rates. And when we apply the predation rates for the conservation sites, that's how we end up at the 1%. We decrement down from that ceiling. Right, and so like in another universe, instead of the rate of increase in call rates, we'd have the rate of increase in abundance from the conservation sites, and that's what we would use. But we don't, unfortunately, have that, at least not yet. So hence, 1%. It has to be greater than 0, right? So if it came out to be negative something, then I go email Andre and throw a grenade in his inbox and say, hey, something isn't adding up here. Right?
Sorry, I think you were on mute, Melissa. The question.
Okay, sorry. The question was, which part was my question?
It's been a long day. Yeah.
I was trying to clarify, sorry.
Yeah.
I think you got the answer. It implies the question. We'll stick with that.
Yeah, I mean, in short, to the extent that available data allow, it's based on the available data for these conservation sites from the monitoring studies there and the acoustic call rate studies qualitatively. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
So the unmanaged
area,
for
again,
renewal
renewal
shearwater.
shearwater.
So here,
In the upper left, so these are the areas of the island going clockwise around the soon to be renamed Honolulu to Keikaha area, and then Wainiha and Lumahai valleys, which are the two large valleys just west of the area where the conservation sites are. The Kalalau Valley east to Upper Manoa Valley, the Napali Coast, and Waimea Canyon. So these areas don't have any predator control. That Honolulu to Keikaha area is where 90% of the collisions occur. And that's where we start the model with a negative 10.7% rate of decline as a conservative assumption based on the Honolulu radar site in particular. And again, the blue lines show with the HCP, the red line is with unminimized take as well. And maybe I'll stop there and just see if there are any questions. I have a feeling I might be going a little long here, so.
Just wondering about, at the end of 50 years, with the given conservation sites, of which a portion of them are predator protected, are we likely to run into site carrying capacities at multiple sites? How many of these are going to be, are we going to be able to get to these numbers if they keep trying to pack into the areas where all the calls are coming from? Yeah, just wondering about carrying capacity.
So I'll take that one first, maybe. Right, and there are some plots in the appendices that show that break this down even further into for the conservation sites. So I'm going to go back. So again, using Upper Limahuli as our example here. So there are plots in the appendices that show the modeled numbers through time for the breeding pairs within the predator exclusion fence area itself, and then the number of breeding pairs in the open management area outside of that at Upper Limahuli, which has predator control as well. We model carrying capacities in the predator exclusion fences only. Those come from, Andre, those are relatively small areas compared to the open management areas. I think that modeling the carrying capacity for the open management areas is difficult. And another thing to keep in mind, just for internal consistency in the modeling, because we're assuming such a low rate of increase, like 1%, and the predator control measures have been in place for about 10 years or so. But prior to that, there was uncontrolled predation, I think, for the most part. And so when we plug in the predation rates that are uncontrolled, we get a negative 3% rate of decline in this model. And so it takes longer than 50 years to reach a carrying capacity for those areas. So if you've been declining for decades, and I don't know exactly how many decades that maybe things have been declining there due to predation alone, but in terms of internal consistency in the model, we did not model carrying capacities in those areas. I don't know if to add to that.
This is Andre. Sorry. Yeah, so for the social attraction sites, the carrying capacity, what we did was we trimmed out an area, we created total surface area, then we trimmed out an area around the inside of the fence that birds weren't nesting against the fence line. And then we created a density based on, I think it's 1.5 meters between burrows, because you can pack them in those sites. And then when they hit carrying capacity, which they do in John's model, then the birds go outside the fence. Is that correct? And then for the sites themselves, we have created a sort of carrying capacity, which is basically using the Troy models of suitable breeding habitat. We said, and we talked about before how I created the population estimates based on auditory survey polygons to trim sections out. In the case of carrying capacity, what we did was just take all suitable breeding habitat within that area and then apply a nearest neighbor distance of, I think it's around 1.5 to say, well, these sites could hold this many birds, while also taking into account that you can't have mules and Hawaiian petrels breeding on top of each other. So we did that 70-30 or whatever it was within each site. So there is a carrying capacity for each management area, which these that we never reach within 50 years. And when you go to these sites, I mean, you can see what are old burrows. You can see plenty of breeding habitat with no birds in them, because these sites have been hit really hard over the years, particularly by predators, as well as, even though they're far away, some level of power line collision and light attraction and so on. So they're a shadow of what they used to be. And we know that these birds can breed in high density. So I don't think we'll ever reach carrying capacity for any of the management sites, but we do have numbers in there. Should it have ever reached in the model, it would have capped out.
Okay, so if there aren't any other questions on the unmanaged areas, I'll keep on moving. Okay, so these slides, I think, were presented at our last presentation. So this is showing the adding up all of the individual conservation sites in those blue lines, and then the red lines as well. So this is the aggregate abundance across conservation sites. The horizontal dotted line there is 2,500 breeding pairs. That is a metric that's been identified, as David mentioned in his presentation, for a viable metapopulation. And that for Newell shearwater in this model is reached in 2050 at the conservation sites. And then lest we forget about Hawaiian petrel, this is the same plot aggregated across all conservation sites with the same dotted horizontal line at 2050, which is reached by about 2040. There are more Hawaiian petrel estimated in the conservation sites to start with, so they have something of a head start, if you will.
A quick question.
Yeah.
There was some conversation yesterday about why the fence is being built as small as it is. You know, in the original proposal, it was quite a bit larger. I'm just wondering, based off of your time spent on the model, I'm asking for your guesstimate as an expert who stared at these a long time. If that was at the original size, just as an extreme, right, for us to understand the range, if it was at the original proposed size, how much faster would we get above that 2,500 line? Just expert opinion.
We actually looked at this when the I'm not going to. I'm reluctant to speak about too much on the fencing because I wasn't involved in proposals or anything to that end. But we did actually model with a larger fence and then the smaller fence to look at that. So I can definitely speak to that. Okay. The short answer is it made a lot less difference in the model than you might have guessed, and the reason for that is if you remember from an earlier slide, the predation rate estimates that I showed for breeding adults before and after dedicated predator control. After dedicated predator control is about 3 in 1,000. That's already pretty close to 0. And then I think Michelle had a question yesterday about sort of how we model things in the predator-proof fence, because we don't have data yet on what the survival rates or anything like that. So we assume that the terrestrial predation rates go to 0. There's still barn owl predation and some power line strike vulnerability there too. The rub is, if you're already pretty much at 0 under predator control for mortality rates, and you take that to 0, you don't see a big difference between predator control and the fate of birds behind a predator-proof fence in the model. Dan, part of that is the assumption of a really low ceiling. There's just not much room to go up. I mean, so for example, if you take it to the limit, so at Upper Limahuli right now under predator control, we're modeling like a 1% rate of increase, right? Well, let's say that hypothetically you eradicated all non-native predators from Hawaii. Well, under those conservative assumptions, you'd be at about a 2% rate of increase. So your delta is between 1% and 2%. Not huge, even under like a hypothetical impossible scenario. So these conservative assumptions kind of go both ways in some ways, right? So that's the explanation for it from a modeling point of view.
Yeah, thank you, John. The only thing I would add to that is just you know, the predation rates that John's talking about came from the data that was collected at the site over since 2011. So it's actual data that we have. And it does include, we talked yesterday, Andre mentioned about stochastic cat related events where a cat comes into a site and it doesn't just take one bird. And that's factored into those predation rates. It's happened at multiple sites over the years. So, you know, I just want to be clear that that's in the data that we're using, that John is factoring in when he's using those predation rates.
And this is David, just to give you a reference, if you want to actually look at the numbers, the difference in the model assumptions, you can look in Appendix 5E as an echo, Table 5E-6 for Newell Shearwater. So that's where we actually show you the numeric assumptions for predator control under these different scenarios for each age class. So you can see, yes, there is this very, very slight difference. The rate of predation mortality in a predator-proof fence is half of what we assume outside the predator-proof fence, but it's half of a very low number already. So I think that's the point John's trying to make.
Okay, I'll follow up and look at that because to me, if you're thinking about cost effectiveness of conservation actions, which I spend a huge amount of time thinking about outside of this room, much to Lainey's chagrin, asking for detailed data that aren't available. You know, you would never. Why would you ever build a predator-proof fence if it's that small of an increase in the gain? And so I need to go back and look at where that's coming from because I'm a little confused.
I can just answer as to why we are proposing to build two of them is because we need the predator exclusion fence to do the social attraction. So those two go hand in hand. And so even though we know the management sites outside of predator exclusion fences are successful, we know that based on the data, we wouldn't do social attraction in that situation. So we're looking to do the social attraction.
Yeah, I would just add to that. I mean, we don't do social attraction outside predator-proof fences. That's a major benefit. Also, things like, let's say, heaven forbid, there was another COVID pandemic or something and no one could get into the mountains for 8 months. Well, at least those birds in there are protected from all mammalian predators. If new predators arrive, like skunks, mongooses, you know, all these things where biosecurity is pretty poor, we can always have something new come along. Those are the bastion populations, which are protected at a high density where you're heavily managing them. And inside those fences, you have to spend less money on predator control. You've got to continue monitoring, but your costs go down. So there's a whole bunch of benefits to having predator-proof fences, not just what is within the constraints of the model and the conservatism of the model. And also, you know, as the populations increase, you get a cat break into an area that's not in a predator-proof fence, it can kill a lot more birds in a short period of time. It's never going to get into the fence because as long as the fence isn't breached. So there's a huge slew of benefits to having a predator-proof fence, even if it's small.
That's helpful. And also just to check my own frame of reference, we've looked at this for water birds, but it's on Oahu with mongoose, and you don't have mongoose here. And it suggests that maybe that's one of the major differences is that there's just such a higher rate of predation with mongoose present. I don't know. I'm just trying to like reconcile, like, what? You only get that much benefit? I'm just trying to wrap my brain around that, but understanding that my frame of reference is from a place that might explain part of it.
I just wanted to do a quick time check. We're at 2:30, so we need to leave at 4. We need to wrap up at 4. And also, can we take a 5-minute break? Is this a good time? Yeah. Okay. So we'll be back in 5 minutes. Okay, so we are going to now go to the public for any comments or questions. So we did get a question in, and I was going to read it out. Yeah. Okay, this question was from Anonymous. Were bats observed on thermal cameras, and was there any interaction?
Sorry, Andre's going to take that question. Just a second.
Repeat the question.
Were bats observed on thermal cameras and any interaction?
Power line?
Yes, I think it was in a text, so.
It was during that portion of the talk.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, we see lots of bats, and they can dipty-doodle around the power lines through them. They're hunting around the wires. No interactions with the wires themselves. No negative interactions.
Okay, thank you. So I just wanted to go to the people who are either here in person or virtual. So if you have a question or any comments, now's your chance, because then we're going to go back to the PowerPoint presentations, and that'll probably take us to the end of the day. So please speak up now if you have anything.
He's trying to sign back on.
Okay, so we'll just wait a sec. Is that David Lincoln?
Hi, it's Mahesh Cleveland from Earth Justice.
Okay.
Hi, thanks for giving us the opportunity. Can you folks hear me?
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, go ahead. Can you introduce yourself?
Yeah, sure. Hi, good afternoon. My name is Mahesh Cleveland. I'm an attorney with Earth Justice here in Honolulu. And we sent in some written comments, which hopefully you folks got. And I'm glad to hear that it sounds like the ESRC isn't going to be making a recommendation today, and that there's going to be further opportunities to engage in this. I think after spending so much time as you folks have to do talking about the science and the data, I just wanted to kind of bring us back to the legal requirements for HCPs under HRS Chapter 195, and just some ways in which this HCP really has to be revised at the very least to address these requirements. First of all is the requirement to minimize take to the maximum extent practicable, and we've talked. I mean, I've been listening to you folks talk a lot about both minimization and mitigation measures, but maximum extent practicable doesn't appear to be what's happening in this HCP as far as minimizing the take that happens, particularly caused in greater part by the power lines, but also by the street lights. In our comments, I mean, we mentioned that ever since KIUC acquired the utility about 20 years ago, I mean, they've been on notice about the take. They've known about the recommendations to minimize power line take by a variety of methods, including undergrounding, which has been on the table since the mid-90s with KIUC's predecessor. Now, what is practicable over, has to be informed by, one, the long term of this HCP, which 50 years, my understanding was it was increased from 30 years because that was the only way they could get these theoretical net benefits over the long term with the mitigation measures. But there's in the adaptive management tables, I just wanted to point out that as an adaptive management measure for a lot of these, they've proposed identifying further minimization to further minimize power line take and even further minimization for streetlights. And I guess the question is that if it's practicable to assume that KIUC could implement further minimization on either front sometime down the road, hypothetically, the law requires that they do it now. The adaptive management isn't meant to be sort of a catch-all to make up for a lack of minimization. The minimization is required to take place first, and then after you've established all of the ways that you're going to minimize take that are available, which there are more methods available that aren't being utilized, or at least the suggestion that further minimization would be possible down the line. So essentially, minimization has to happen now. It can't be punted to adaptive management. Adaptive management is for things that come up that you can't necessarily predict. The other thing that really jumps out, I guess, and I've been tuning in yesterday morning and today, wish I could have come on the site visits, and I hope that was illuminating too, but is this sort of major uncertainty around the projections that by sometime in the 2060s, Newell shearwaters are going to turn the corner and start trending upwards instead of downwards. You know, one of the other legal requirements under Chapter 195D that wasn't noted in KIUC's slide this morning is that the HCP has to provide the information necessary for DOFA, essentially to ascertain with reasonable certainty the effects of the plan. This is a 50-year plan. We've heard no real discussion of any kind of reasonable certainty, and all we've really heard is maybe justifications for uncertainty. And again, this doesn't, it's just the plain requirements of the statute there that require the department, and as advised by the ESRC, to really ensure that there's some likelihood of not just survival of the species, but recovery. And you know, when you add to that the fact that our starting point for this HCP, you know, for every 100 Newell shearwaters that were on Kauai 30 or 40 years ago, there's like a handful left. We're starting at a disadvantage for the birds, and I think that KIUC needs to do more to meet this burden that they have to show net environmental benefits over the long term with reasonable certainty. And I think the easiest way to deal with all of the uncertainty in the long-term trends is to really, as the law requires, maximize minimization of take now, early, at least in the plan, and not just push it off until some unknown future. Because if it's practicable as a adaptive management measure, it's practicable as a minimization measure, and upfront in the HCP is where minimization measures belong. So there's more to talk about. Obviously, I know we'll have more opportunities to comment on the HCP to DOFA, and hopefully to engage with the ESRC some more. But I just wanted to put that stuff out there right now and make myself available if anyone has any questions. Mahalo.
If I could respond to some of the points that Mahesh made. I appreciate the comments, Mahesh, and the letter that you sent in advance. It's always very helpful when we get written comments in advance of meetings. You mentioned several times about the need to minimize first and mitigate afterwards. And actually that's a real misconception about how the Endangered Species Act works. Certainly minimization and mitigation are both required, but there's nothing in the regulations that say you must do one before the other. And in fact, there's plenty of examples where it's can be far more effective to mitigate than it is to offset, or rather to minimize the take that's occurring. Here we're doing both, and certainly minimization is a very important part of the conservation strategy. And I think KIUC has demonstrated their very strong commitment to minimizing since they've been implementing these measures now for many years, and will continue to maintain them and apply them to the new power lines and street lights. So that's the first point. You mentioned as well the maximum extent practicable standard, and I did want to clarify what that really means, which is that certainly the way that the federal government defines that standard, there's no guidance per se for the state on this, but I think the federal HCP handbook is very helpful. And it defines maximum extent practicable standard met when an applicant can fully offset the impacts of their taking. So by definition, one has maximized or minimized to the maximum extent practicable if you have fully offset the impacts of the taking. And we believe that we've done that here and actually gone even beyond that to meet the state standard, which is of course greater than that, providing a net benefit to the species. You also mentioned several times the reasonable certainty standard. We certainly agree with that and believe strongly that because we're using the data we have available on Kauai, in many cases with these species at these same sites, that does represent the best available data and provides us with reasonable certainty in the outcomes. And I think the way John explained the modeling before as selecting, again, what we believe are very conservative assumptions for many of the key parameters anyways, that provides really a safety net of sorts of outcomes combined with the adaptive management program that we've designed. And then lastly, I'll just mention you did say recovery. That may not have been what you meant because HCPs are not meant to recover species. That's the job of recovery plans. Certainly we are intending to contribute to recovery, and that's actually built into the biological objectives of the species, but that's not the job of the KIUC HCP. Certainly in combination with other conservation efforts that are already happening around the island and will continue to, we certainly intend to support and contribute to species recovery.
Thanks, David. Mahesh, do you have any, do you want to add anything or?
Sure.
No,
I apologize if,
hang on a sec.
sorry,
Okay.
Can you hear me still?
Yeah, sorry, I have to.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the requirement to minimize and mitigate to the maximum extent practical is for the HCP overall, and they run in parallel. The HCP is supposed to be the document that proposes the maximum practical minimization and mitigation. And I guess my point is that what I'm seeing in the HCP is that it isn't the maximum practicable extent of minimization, because KIUC acknowledges that further minimization could be done or contemplated, and that was my point there. I'll leave it at that, knowing that you folks are short on time and that we'll get to talk about this more, unless you folks would like me to comment on anything specific.
I think we're good. It's thanks, Mahesh. Appreciate your time and your comments, and yeah, we'll stay tuned. Is there anyone else online who would like to make a comment or have a question? Please raise your hand, because like I said, we're not going to have time at the end, so we wanted to do it now. I don't see anybody. So yeah, I think we can go ahead and continue. Thanks.
Okay. John here again for everyone online. So now we're nearing the end of the presentation on the modeling, and we're going to look at a couple more plots with trajectories and then wrap up here. So here we're looking in the next series of plots. We're going to look at we're going to compare some of the trajectories from the model that we just looked at with hypothetical trajectories. So here we're looking at this purple line of hypothetical situation where there is no take. So kind of an imaginary world without power lines or lights or air conditioning, I don't know. And so there's still a decline. And what's that from? Well, that's non-native predators, right? So, and part of the reason that we wanted to show this is to give a sense of the different contributions of these mortality rates to the model trajectory. Hold on, technical difficulties here. Okay, there we go. Right, so here's the red line that we were looking at before, again, a hypothetical scenario with unminimized take without minimization or mitigation. Pointing out again that the dashed horizontal line there is the 2,500 breeding pair metric. And then another hypothetical model run here with the proposed take. So this is with minimized take, but no other conservation measures. So this is just minimization. So we're teasing apart the different sources of dynamics here. And then with the full HCP again. And so I think the take home here is that the net benefit is shown as when the blue and the purple line cross over here. And again, this is for Newell shearwater.
Well, we're short on time, and I'm wondering if you can give me I'm happy with the short answer on this. This is a 50-year time horizon. It's not inconceivable, although I know everyone's working against it, that it's possible mongoose could get established on the island. So going back to the earlier point, if they were to be established, and we've gone with these really smaller fences at the higher elevations, which maybe don't provide as much benefit if there were mongoose, how would that maybe change your trajectory?
So I'm not even sure that's a modeling question. I don't know, David, if you want to. I mean, I have to admit, I'm not as familiar with HCPs, and if if circumstances that happen, changed circumstances happen in the future, or exactly how
I can put it in a more straightforward way. If predation was higher than the purple line shows, right? If you had a new introduction that resulted in much higher predation from a different cause, your benefit, you're assuming that you get a lot of benefit from your predator control, right? That makes up for the loss of power.
Yeah. So the slope of the purple line would go. I mean, the slopes of all these lines would be increased in a negative direction, right? So kind of a so there is some like an outgoing tide lowers all ships and an incoming tide raises all ships to some degree. It's a little tricky to answer without actually having done the analysis in terms of what the blue line would do.
Generalities are fine, and I can, and I'm assuming that would all fall under adaptive management. That would be a changed circumstance where now you've got a new threat that changes the actions that were written.
Yes, new predators at the site is part of the adaptive management plan, and we would be implementing control measures if new predators show up at the sites.
Okay. Now, segueing from predation these are the comparisons shown here in the slide. So minimization effectiveness, red versus the gray line. Effect of the proposed take would be the comparison between the gray and the purple. The effect of the conservation strategy, the gray versus the blue. And these slides were presented before as well. I'm happy to take any questions, but I do know we are running short on time, so I'm going to unless anyone has any questions, I'm gonna keep on going here. And we'll look at Hawaiian petrel next, which is a little different. So here we have the note take. So this is basically just the impact of non-native predators. The unminimized take in the red, and the proposed take in the gray, and the proposed HCP in the blue. Now, there's actually a larger net benefit for Hawaiian petrel, and it's somewhat interesting. I'm not going to go into too many details, but predation rates actually drive this result because predation rates are higher for Hawaiian petrels. People are curious, Andre can tell us about that, but if not, I'll keep going. Hearing none for Hawaiian petrel. Okay. So as I spoke about before, the philosophy of addressing uncertainty here is maybe a little bit different than some of us might be accustomed to. And so here, this table is sort of summarizing some of the key parameters of breeding pairs and the conservation sites, showing the available range for those for both Newell shearwater and Hawaiian petrel, and then the number that's assumed in the model. So again, the minimum there for breeding pairs in the conservation sites is an example. The percentage of power line collisions resulting in mortality, sometimes known as the total grounding rate. I've got that nomenclature right. So that's something that's greater than 0 to a maximum in the Travers et al. Publication of 28.8% resulting in mortality. So we assume the maximum. The rate of decline from the radar survey, we talked about that a little bit before, and that for Newell shearwater would be at a lower end, negative 10.7%, to the average rate across all sites of something about 7%. So we assume the lower of that. And then the maximum population growth rate without mortality from power lines and predation. Again, that's something that's greater than 0, but we don't know what the upper bound is on that. That hasn't been well defined. So we assume 2.4%, given some of the considerations that we talked about before, and we talked about how we derive that as well. And really, again, kind of getting back to, I think, the safety netting. If what if we get this? What if we get it wrong? What if these aren't conservative enough? That's where the safety netting of the adaptive management triggers is put in place to help catch that situation, because we don't have a crystal ball. We don't know what 50 years from now looks like in the future, right? So that set of adaptive management triggers is really fundamental to addressing uncertainty. And I know we're running short on time here, so just to say, this isn't a population viability analysis. We haven't modeled stochasticity, which for people that aren't familiar with that term means random variation, either due to environmental factors or just demographic random chance. Sometimes those things are related, but the data, as Dawn mentioned, that we're using, to the extent that we can, it incorporates stochastic events. The radar trend data does incorporate that over a long time period. The burrow monitoring studies that's data collected on reproductive success rates when predation is happening, when cats get into a colony and that type of thing. So to the extent that the available data allow us to, we're including estimates that include stochastic events as well. But a lot of the parameters that we're using as inputs in this model don't have estimates of variability around them. So it's a challenge to include it otherwise. But to the extent that the available data allow, we are including it. And I think that should conclude my portion of the presentation. I'll stop there if there are any more questions. Hearing none, I will thank you all for your time and attention. I know that was a lot of modeling and not always the easiest thing to stay awake for. So I appreciate it. Thank you. Mahalo.
Thank you.
Are there any questions? Fine. No. So in the interest of time, we're going to do a little bit of jumping around. There are 3 sections left, and I'm going to take them actually in reverse order. So I'm going to really jump to the last section. Oops. And then we'll come back to talk about green sea turtles, and then we'll talk about water birds. This is important. I want to be sure we cover this and see if there's any questions on it. Cost, funding, and implementation. So all of this information is in Chapter 7 of the HCP. We're required to provide adequate funding to pay for all of the conservation measures and the monitoring program. That's a finding that the state and the federal government both have to make in order to issue the permit and the license. What we've done is estimated the costs in a simple Excel spreadsheet cost model. And that model is found in Appendix 7A of the HCP. The costs there are expressed in 2021 dollars. We will be updating the model soon, later this year, to just turn the crank and update it with 2022 inflation as well. So those costs you'll see will go up. You'll also notice that the annual costs are greatest in the first 2 years of implementation, and that's because KIUC is still finishing some of those larger minimization projects, which cost more, and also building those predator-proof fences, which also are one-time costs that will then be maintained into the future. The costs are based on a lot of great data that our field teams have been collecting over the years. So all of that monitoring and conservation work they've done, of course, costs money. And so we have very good cost estimates from that work. And we've been able to utilize those for the program. The only new costs are really the green sea turtle conservation measure, which we'll talk about next. And those are estimates based on programs on other islands. Yes.
So yesterday it was pointed out that they figured out how to put those deflectors on with drones, but they haven't figured out how to take them off. Is the assumption built into the upcoming cost versus the already spent cost that that would be figured out by then, so it would be pretty cheap to go through and swap them out? Is that built in and a built-in assumption?
We do have a cost assumption built in for the maintenance and replacement of the diverters. I don't know if we necessarily assume that they'll figure out how to swap them out by drone, but according to Mark, that does seem pretty likely. So if that's not in there already, because that's such a rapidly evolving field, we can take. All right, so this table is a summary of those costs by each cost category that we use in the HCP. And I'll just take a minute to explain each one of those because they may not be obvious to you. HCP administration just simply means the cost of overseeing and implementing the program, which includes preparing the annual report, coordinating with the state and federal government, coordinating with this group, ESRC. So it's a lot of staff time necessary to oversee implementation. Power line collision minimization, again, at the beginning, that's capital projects. And then after a few years, it's really just the maintenance of those projects. The Save Our Shearwaters program we talked about earlier, so those costs are fairly well understood. Managing and enhancing the seabird conservation sites are the largest ongoing share of costs, as you would expect. It's very expensive to send those helicopters up into the conservation sites all the time, for example, and a lot of costs associated with maintaining those structures and that equipment, not to mention all of the field staff time it takes to do that work. Power line monitoring is a separate cost item. Those costs, I think, are very well understood because they've been doing it for so long. We've scaled it to the whole system. The seabird monitoring is also separated out, again, assuming the full 10 conservation sites that will be online starting next year. The green sea turtle monitoring and minimization is its own line item there. Remedial actions for changed circumstances, what does that mean? So as part of any HCP, one has to identify environmental changes that we can foresee occurring during the permit term. And this is really the counterpoint to the regulatory assurances that any applicant will receive for their HCP. So if the state and federal government say, hey, we will give you this permit, we will not ask you to do any more than the HCP says, unless there's an environmental change that we can foresee and that we've described in the HCP. That's what that means. Those are changed circumstances. So we've identified a series of changed circumstances and some remedial actions that would need to occur if those changed circumstances happen. Adaptive management has its own line item there, and that's essentially funding available to make those adjustments to the conservation strategy. Now, that's not necessarily a limit on the funding. These are cost estimates. Gone are the days when HCPs could cap their spending and actually write that into the permit and say, thou shalt not spend more than this dollar amount. That's not what this is. This is a cost estimate for planning purposes for the lifetime of the HCP. If KIUC can achieve the conservation measures for less cost, well, good for them. If they need to spend more to achieve those conservation measures, then that's what they need to do. And to account for that, we have also identified a contingency, and that will be budgeted annually just to ensure there is funding available in the event that some costs are more than we expect. So pretty typical tools and approaches that we use in a lot of HCPs. This just shows you the breakdown of total costs and illustrates that, again, about a third of all costs are from the conservation measures, almost a third for monitoring, and then the other third is the remaining cost categories. Funding assurances are very important because this is a key criteria that the state and federal governments have to evaluate. We do spend a lot of time making sure that it's clear any applicant can actually pay these costs. And I think we have a very strong case to make here that KIUC will have the financial capacity to pay these costs. They've already been implementing a lot of these measures for many years. And as you can see there, they've been spending more on an annual basis, including the last 3 years, than the estimated annual cost for the HCP going forward. So they've already been spending more, and they've, I think, demonstrated they can continue to do that. The HCP costs have always been part of their operational costs, and that is important because that allows them to pay those costs by a variety of sources, electricity rates, typical debt financing. For the minimization projects, those are often part of capital costs. and those would continue to be paid for that way. In terms of funding mechanisms, KIUC will be paying these HCP costs annually as part of their typical budgeting process. But for a portion of those costs, the HCP proposes a somewhat unique approach, which is to provide an actual guarantee in the form of what's called a letter of credit. And that's just essentially a fund that's deposited at a bank. And if certain conditions are met as part of that, that are described in that letter of credit, then the state or federal government have the ability to withdraw those funds in the event that KIUC does not perform and does not implement the measures that they're supposed to. And we're proposing to apply that letter of credit tool for adaptive management and remedial measures associated with changed circumstances. So it provides an extra guarantee of sorts that those long-term potential costs will be funded. Chapter 7 also talks about implementation responsibilities, roles and responsibilities, not just of KIUC as the permittee at that point, but also roles and responsibilities of the Fish and Wildlife Service and DOFA. So I won't go into that, but just to know that's there if you're interested. And then the changed circumstances described are also listed on this slide. So we've described what we can foresee, and in some cases actually quantified a line above which we're saying is an unforeseen circumstance. That is just so beyond what we can reasonably foresee today that it would be considered an unforeseen circumstance and not the responsibility of KIUC to pay for in the event that occurs. And by definition, anything that is not in the HCP described as a changed circumstance is defined as an unforeseen circumstance. That's how the regulations work. You have a question?
I kind of wish Michelle was here still, but using the mongoose as an example, and you mentioned that if mongoose showed up at the conservation sites, there'd be measures put into place to deal with them there. But if mongoose show up on island, even if they haven't made it up the mountain, would it be within the realm of this HCP for KIUC to commit resources to eradicating mongoose before they get there? Does that make any sense?
We don't have the ability to do that even if we wanted to. Yeah, there's no, because the landowner access, we don't control those areas. And so all we are able to commit to is the control of new predators at the 10 conservation sites.
What we would be doing though is actively tracking that type of thing. So, you know, this team, we meet once a week. We meet with the agencies once a month. So that's the exact kind of thing that if there was an occurrence on the island, somebody here on this team is going to hear about it. We're going to start talking about it and start preparing. So while we couldn't control eradication or deal with other parts of the island outside of the conservation sites, we could prepare ourselves and be ready should they expand into that area.
Because what I foresee is that there would be some sort of like working group on the island and people banding together to work on this. So I would just, I don't know if there's any way to, then that's kind of maybe a Michelle question, to build in language that you're actively involved and monitoring these kinds of threats and opportunities as they arise. Because that's pretty much in the next 50 years, one of the most blatantly obvious things that could happen.
Yeah, I mean, you make a good point. And I would hope that that's the responsibility of DOFA and the Fish and Wildlife Service to do that early warning system to mobilize all of the conservation partners to act. It's certainly in KIUC's interest to address that problem as best they can and are able, because the performance of their conservation sites is at stake. So I don't know what else to say, except to me that ultimately on an island-wide basis would be the state and federal government.
Lisa, are you looking for language that's just indicating that we're working with them on a regular basis, and that's the type of thing that we would be identifying early on?
In terms of funding expense, watching other invasive species situations, you know, spending money up front to deal with it as it is a small threat, as opposed to sitting and waiting for it to show up at your conservation units would be a way different expense overall. But I recognize it isn't KIUC's responsibility, but it would be good to know that you're a part of a team with a strong interest in making sure it's dealt with early.
We definitely have the team in place, and we definitely have the meeting already happening and occurring, so that kind of communication would evolve. So maybe we could just think about language of capturing that sort of interactive correspondence or collaboration that already occurs.
All right, if there are no other questions, I'll skip back to.
Slide was coming up, so I was waiting.
Oh, okay, sorry, go ahead.
Just a quick, if you go back to your budget slide, I'm just curious, one line, I think I saw. Yeah, so just curious, broadly, breakdown of like administration annually, I assume that salaries, is that like 3-4 people? Like, it seems like a large admin budget, but it is a big project. Do you know just roughly the breakdown of what the admin is?
Yeah, head, I do not know. It's more people than you think, and a smaller share of people's FTE, and it's not just salary, it's benefits as well. So there's GIS staff, there's even staff for budgeting, funding, administration, but all those details are in the appendix of what our assumptions were, and we welcome your feedback on that. So it sounds like you have a lot of good experience with that.
More than I would like. I was just curious. Okay, thanks.
All right, I'm going to jump back to effects and conservation strategy for green sea turtles. So really shifting gears to our lone marine species that is under the jurisdiction of the Fish and Wildlife Service when it lands on a beach. Interestingly, it's the only group of listed species that split their jurisdiction. When they're in the marine environment, they're the jurisdiction of the National Marine Fisheries Service. When they're on a beach, they're the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. So as we talked about in the field yesterday, the greatest threat to sea turtles is light attraction from street lights, which can disorient the hatchlings, cause them to move away from the ocean and towards many, many more threats, immediate threats. The first documented incident of this actually happening with KIU streetlights happened just a few years ago in Kikaha, and that was our stop yesterday where we saw the location. And the conservation measures in this case are focused on reducing, and we hope, in fact, eliminating that threat of light attraction, because we believe this is the best and most effective way to address the issue. So to recap, we in 2019 and 2020 did a survey of all beaches around the island with the help of U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. to identify streetlights that had any chance of shining light on nesting habitat for green sea turtles. We identified 29 streetlights at 7 different beaches. Those are listed there. There are maps of all of those locations in the HCP. But we also acknowledge that those areas may shift over time, either due to the beaches themselves shifting, the habitat shifting, or vegetation, buildings, or other structures that might shield light or not shield light from those street lights. So KIUC will be doing annual surveys of all beaches to detect those kinds of changes as soon as they may occur and may shift where this program is applied. So this is the map of those 7 beaches and 29 visible street lights from the beach. We've defined our take limit for green sea turtle in terms of the number of nests. We definitely considered defining a take limit instead based on the number of hatchlings, but our concern with that approach, and I think the agencies agreed, was that it can be very difficult to actually count the number of hatchlings lost. Even though monitors will be present during the hatching time as much as we can manage it, some will be missed, and we just may not be able to identify the complete number of hatchlings that could be disoriented by light. So instead, we've taken what we think is a conservative approach and defined take in terms of the loss of a number of nests, and define that as if any hatchlings are disoriented, even 1 out of 100, that is considered take of a nest. So in that way, we're not reliant on an estimate of the number of hatchlings that might be disoriented. If there's any indication of disorientation at a nest, we consider the entire nest taken.
Yeah, so that was my question. I was like, so when you say 1 nest, it could be 1 hatchling, or it could be all of them, or it could be somewhere in between.
Absolutely. Absolutely, right. So we're taking that uncertainty into account in the definition of take in this case. That's right. Yeah. I mean, our hope is, and our expectation is, in the majority of nests, we will be able to monitor them and see whether there's any disorientation, but we can't count on that.
So I just have a housekeeping question. I think Bob needs to leave. And we lost Kavika online, but can we swap Bob for Jim?
Yeah.
We can?
Well, when Bob leaves, I leave. Yeah.
Oh, you're leaving too? Oh, never mind. Then, oh, I didn't realize you were going together.
Yeah.
Okay. Then we're gonna lose quorum.
I think we said 3:45-ish.
Oh, I thought you said 5. I thought you were leaving in 5 minutes.
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. I misunderstood.
Yeah, I whispered.
Yeah, that's right. Okay. So what time are you leaving? What time do you have to leave?
I think we're saying,
Our
before
flight is
3:45 would be ideal.
5:15.
Yeah.
Okay. So you need to leave in about 4:45. About 10 minutes, I guess. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we'll get through this
Sorry, okay.
tutorial and we'll have to do breaks at the time.
Yep, sounds good.
All right, the take limit is based on some data. We have monitoring data from the Hawaii Department of Aquatic Resources, and we have a number of recorded green sea turtle nests on Kauai for the last, or from that date range. But actual take will be measured in the field by monitoring the hatching process. You can see the calculation there. In terms of the impact of the taking, this is part of what we considered when determining the mitigation for green sea turtles. We believe the impact of the taking is very low. We have a very small population of green sea turtles nesting on the island, that are part of a much, much larger distinct population segment in the central North Pacific. 95% of that distinct population segment nests in French Frigate Shoal, as Michelle, I think, was explaining to us yesterday. Conservation Measure 5 is our proposed approach to both minimizing and mitigating the effects of light attraction of those 29 streetlights. It is mirroring what we've seen in the Kauai seabird HCP, which does cover green sea turtles as well. Weekly surveys during the nesting season, installing light-proof fencing on the beach between the turtle nests and those streetlights, signage, flagging, and monitoring to prevent vandalism. And the reason that we're considering this both minimization and mitigation is that in most of those 29 locations, that the KIUC streetlight is only one share of the light attraction to that beach. And what we saw yesterday at Kakaha was atypical. That really was the or almost the only source of light for that particular beach, but all the others, it's only one of many light sources. So because KIUC will be shielding these nests on those beaches regardless of the light source, and again, because we're expecting this to be a very effective conservation measure, it's both minimizing and mitigating, offsetting that take and contributing a net benefit to the species. There is an additional conservation measure, which is maybe in a nutshell, we'll try to do more. But I think given the limitations that we've talked about in KIUC's ability to modify streetlights, there's only so much they can do alone, but they are committing in this conservation measure to continue to work with the county, the state and federal wildlife agencies to better solutions to streetlight minimization, especially at those 29 sites where, at least for the green sea turtle, we know the full cutoff shielding is certainly not ideal. Monitoring and adaptive management for green sea turtle is, as you would expect, it's tracking the nest detection process and whether shielding worked, and if there was any hatchling disorientation noted at those sites. And there is an adaptive management trigger defined. You'll see this in section 6.4.5, that if the number of nests taken in any year is greater than 1, that triggers a reassessment of the program and to adjust if needed to try and make it more effective. Any questions about green sea turtle? Yeah.
In an area that has like multiple light sources, is there a way to, because it's like light will all just sort of become one, how do you distinguish that's, you know, what was responsible for the take, or is it just sort of contributing to the general light landscape, whatever you call it, lightscape?
Yeah, it's a good question.
It's a good question. One we've considered ourselves as well. We're not distinguishing the light sources. So if that one of those 29 streetlights is there, the KIUC will be shielding that nest no matter what. And I think it also will vary over time as well, depending on the lights, other lights in the area that may come and go, vegetation that comes and goes. So it's certainly going to vary, but right now we're not quantifying that contribution at those locations.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I can see it. It could be tricky.
It is.
It is, and also, you have to be measuring in a way that's meaningful for hatchling. So right at the surface of the beach, as well as in many different locations where a nest may occur. And that's also could be highly variable at the surface.
Quick question, and I assume this is the last bit, or do you have another section?
We won't have time for the
Right.
other section.
Okay.
Right.
So just since we're closing, what is the timeline, or can you provide a timeline when the final sites will be identified so we know when to plan and schedule the next meeting? And also, since I know that some of the public comment and discussion time for the committee was cut at the end due to time, so just seeing the agenda.
Yeah, yeah, how much, like, what are you thinking, like, what you have yet to cover, like, what kind of additional time?
Yeah, the only section we were not able to cover today was on the covered water birds, and that's only about 10 or 15 slides. So I would say, what, an hour at the most? Yeah, 30 to 45 minutes maybe. So we wouldn't need much time for this group. It's also something we could easily do virtually if that was convenient. And thank you for the reminder, Melissa. I did want to cover this last slide, which is about next steps in this entire HCP process, even sort of beyond this group, just so you're aware. The comment period for this current state review does close March 24th. And we will be revising and updating the HCP in response to the comments, the great questions we've been getting over the last 2 days, as well as public comments that we come in and consider. And then what we'll be doing next is to publish another public draft HCP, a revised public draft HCP, in conjunction with the National Environmental Policy Act and Hawaii Environmental Policy Act document, the EIS, Environmental Impact Statement, that's being prepared now in parallel to the HCP. There already was a notice of intent that was released by the federal government back in June of last year. They received public comments for 30 days on that notice of intent to release an EIS. They also held a public scoping meeting virtually at the end of June of last year. And so following on that process, summer of this year is when we expect, again, that revised public draft HCP and the accompanying EIS to be released together at the same time for public comment. I expect that will be probably a 45-day comment period. It's up to the Fish and Wildlife Service to decide how long they want to release it for, but what's typical is 45 days. And then the final HCP and EIS we're expecting in the spring of 2024, and with our hope in mid next year for permanent license issue. So that's the overall schedule, but your question, or someone's question, was about the selection of Site 10, and maybe I'll let Dawn answer that one.
Okay, I'm sorry, can you repeat the question about Site 10? I see. So the surveys are occurring throughout this year, and we have a deadline of selecting by the end of this year, so December 2023. But we already have the metrics, so that's what we're using. Those metrics that we're expecting to get from Site 10. Maybe I should say the metrics we need to get from Site 10. We will choose the site to meet the metrics. Maybe I should say it like that. Meet or exceed, yes. I wanted to go back to the question about the next meeting. So with the next meeting, I'm assuming it would be a continuation of this agenda because we would be finishing this presentation. Is that correct?
Yeah,
No, you
Oh.
will not be continuing this agenda because, you have to announce it as a new meeting. Because to
I see the meeting, you have. I see.
okay,
And
so,
and it's not possible for us to do that? Okay, not possible for us to select a date and time today to have that, okay.
no, I think we'll have to get back, check in with everybody, because not all the committees here, obviously, and
Okay.
so, yeah, so we'll have to draft a new agenda, and sunshine it, and once we have a date, so we'll touch base with everybody, right, Kate? And yes, and as soon as we get back, we'll start working on scheduling a new meeting to
Cover waterbirds.
yeah. And I think just probably, I mean, we didn't have a lot of time for discussion, so I think we should include sort of we'll have to include we can finish, sorry, schedule those agenda items that we need to, and then have a larger discussion, and maybe that could be virtual. I think, I don't know. Yeah, so that will help. I think a lot with, we don't have people leaving and stuff like that to get airplanes. Okay. Is there any other? I think we'll need to wrap up. Anything else? Nothing from online? I don't see anything online. Okay, so I move to adjourn. Vote. Everyone say aye. Say it loud. All right, meeting adjourned. Thanks, everyone.